Testing one, two.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Screen. Testing one, two.
Okay. Got it. All right. Thank you for coming to our public hearing to consider the adoption of a telecommunication public utility fee. At this time, I just want to set a few ground rules. We don't have a sign-up sheet. You have no more than 3 minutes, but you can take fewer than 3 minutes. The more people we can get through, the better. Try not to be repetitive. If somebody's already said what you were going to say, move on to the next item you were going to mention. And we're here to listen to you. And so we will not be able to respond to you. Because it's all your time to speak to the council, all right? And there is no clapping, there is no booing, because we want everybody to feel welcome here, all right? So I don't have a sign-up list, so if the first person would like to come to the podium and subsequent people just line up in the aisle behind them, all right? Also, please state your name when you get up there. Yep, thanks.
Is it working? It is? Is this working? Okay. So hi, my name is Mark Poncelet. I'm a resident of the Hess Farm area here in Kaysville. I wanted to come here tonight to lend my voice in support of the new public utility fee. Like everyone else here, when I heard about the fee, the first thing I wanted to do was understand the economic impact to my family. So what I did is I compiled a list of all internet service providers that you can get in Kaysville, as well as all of the Utopia providers up in Layton. And I compared that to everything that we know about the Kaysville internet plans that are going to be available on the new network. And I was pleased to see that at every tier, it was the Kaysville option that was near or at the cheapest for plan available. In fact, the basic service fee was so inexpensive, I couldn't find another plan that would be less expensive than that. So when I took a look at that told me that for Kaysville families, even with the public utility fee, that would save us money. I was also pleasantly surprised when I looked at the details to the project. 2 years ago, I couldn't have told you what a take rate is. And I've since learned that it's a low take rate that imperiled the fiber to the home deployments of other cities here in Utah. And I've learned that it's the public utility fee that essentially mitigates that risk for Kaysville. And I really appreciate that. Finally, I'll just say that in terms of the bond, the public utility fee, as I understand it, we can use that fee to pay off the bond early. And I think that fact alone is something that ought to turn the heads of, the hawkish, the most hawkish of those who are very hawkish about the budget. So anyway, that's about it. I just wanted to say that, the public utility fee, it's good for Kaysville finances. It's good for Kaysville families. It's good for Kaysville. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Matt Birmingham. I live in on Oxford Drive in the King Clarion area, up by Morgan Elementary. I have worked in the information technology sector for the better part of 3 decades. In the early 90s, before the majority of the public had any concept of the internet, I had helped develop websites for a small internet provider called Q Continuum, located right here in Kaysville. During the planning phase of the municipal fiber project, I've seen many technical questions, some in earnest, others with malicious intent, whose goal is a feeble attempt to discredit civic leaders or members on the fiber board. I congratulate your attempts to keep the discussion civil, respectful, and accurate as you endure attacks from those who would not extend you the same courtesy. It is my personal and professional opinion that fiber as a public utility and the resultant public utility fee will benefit everybody in the community, even those who don't use it. will see benefit from this. My intent here tonight is not to attempt correction of technical inaccuracies on either side. I'd simply like to offer my support and applaud the council for their efforts in regard to the municipal fiber project. Personally, I feel it's overdue, but an advantage of having waited is that you have the ability to see where other municipal fiber initiatives have succeeded and struggled, allowing you to mold an implementation that will provide the most benefit with the least risk. I'm very confident that the plan being put together by Kaysville City will serve as a roadmap for other municipalities. You know what I'm talking about. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. That have not yet begun their implementation. I'm trying. All right, should I start over? No, don't have enough time. Hey, somebody turned it up. All right. I am very confident that the plan being put together by Kaysville City will serve as a roadmap for other municipalities that have not yet begun this implementation. I just wish to express my support for your efforts and my appreciation for all of the services that you do.
My name is Paul Waldrop, and I've been a resident in this city.
Hold it really close.
My name is Paul Waldrop, and I've been a resident of this city for 12 years. This is the longest place I've ever lived, and I happen to love Kaysville. I used to drive past it all the time as a kid, and to just tell you a little bit about me, I tell people all the time I'm just an old pig farmer from New Mexico. But what I want you to know before I say what I'm about to say is that I have built everything from a nuclear power plant to an outhouse. And that includes nuclear railroads, regular streets and roads and waterworks and power. And I actually, at this time, I'm a principal engineer for metallurgy, welding, and NDE and high energy piping in the power plant industry. And I started in trying to figure out what this was all about just less than a week ago. And I am on the fence as to whether we should do this or not. So I don't want you to think I'm an opponent or a proponent. I'm trying to learn. But what I'm really upset about, and it's not something that just this, but what this city continues to do is they continue to ignore their residents. And they continue, so we voted you in. Most of you I voted for at one point. I voted you in to take care of everyday business. I did not vote you in to summarily make a decision of all of a sudden creating a new public utility without the input of the people. And that's what I'm upset about. And the other thing that I'm upset about is that during the 12 years I've been here, I happen to have ran quality programs for nuclear power, and I know what it takes to build everything. And the projects that I've seen this city build have really lacked a lot of quality. And I've actually did some research and found out, yes, we do have standards, we do have specifications, and we do have the right stuff in place. But for some reason, we can't translate that into the final product. And that's one thing I don't like. Now, what I'm going to tell you now is what I don't like is the way this whole thing has been approached. And I said that earlier, but I want to reemphasize the very issue that I was having when I sat there and people around me were talking is we're here on the biggest thing this city's done since they decided to have electricity provided by the city. This is the biggest thing. And it's an important thing. And it may be a good thing. I mean, we've got to have electricity, we've got to have roads, we've got to have things. Maybe this is good. I understand that. And I might. But what I want to say is simply this example, not having a public PA system in a public meeting that people can actually hear and function and participate in is exactly why the city needs to be questioned on what they're doing. Right. Thank you.
Guys, I don't think you heard me at the beginning. There's no clapping, no booing. We want to make sure everybody feels comfortable, so please no clapping. Pretend it's church or a courtroom, okay? That's how you should act, all right?
All right, so my name is Mike Flood. I live at 67 East, 600 South here in Kaysville, 23-year resident of Kaysville City. I'm going to read from a statement because if I don't, I will not make 3 minutes. Jake, you'll probably appreciate that. I think we suffer from some of the same disease. But Mayor Witt and members of the City Council, thank you for your opportunity to speak tonight. I'm taking this opportunity tonight to make a respectful plea for you to acknowledge the requests of the Coalition for Responsible Kaysville Fiber. The Coalition has requested all involved with this endeavor, particularly you who are in the position to bind the citizens to an incredibly large debt, to 1, pause, delay any final votes or decisions for a time, allowing better disclosure and review. 2, provide full disclosure, provide financial assessments, pro formas, RFPs, proposals, alternative analysis, TAC review findings and analysis, etc., and make it open for all to review, not just selective information to selective individuals. 3, allow comprehensive third-party review. Cooperate with the hiring of a truly unbiased party, either way, to perform a comprehensive review of all related information and provide the citizens and its representatives with their should or should nots, if or if nots, and why or why nots on this project. I have been prominently, and many would argue annoyingly, vocal for months on this issue, both with many of you personally and on social media. I understand that a great deal of work has gone into this endeavor by a great number of people. I don't discount and or doubt their efforts to deliver to the citizens what they think is the right and best thing. I agree with many that this project and the process derived from its concept was biased from the very beginning. I don't believe that any other option other than this city deserves fiber and or faster, reliable internet was considered until July when it became critical infrastructure. I am not opposed to fiber. I never have been. I like fast and reliable internet with best of them. As I have indicated many times personally to you and in public, my main concerns are 1, that the city should not be in the fiber telecom business, period. 2, I'm concerned about the large debt the city will incur and the inherent risks that come with it, especially heading into a potential downturn in the economy. 3, that a mandatory tax or fee, as you've described it or framed it, should not be the way this is forced upon the citizens. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to our concerns. I hope you take them to heart. I don't agree with everything you do nor everything you represent. My prior correspondence and interaction being clear on this. I do, however, respect each and every one of you and appreciate the time you spend in your positions, and thank you for your willingness to serve the citizens of Kaysville. We are surely benefited by your passion and many efforts to keep Kaysville a great place to live. Please act on the first request of the Coalition for Responsible Kaysville Fiber by pausing and any action on fiber tonight and in the October 3rd meeting. Thank you. I apologize for 20 seconds over.
My name is Jana Whitaker. I have been a citizen of Kaysville for many years. I am addressing you as our elected officials. With the current fiber proposal, you are assuming you know what is best for all the people of Kaysville City. This is a plan of force. You are forcing your will on the citizens of Kaysville without our consent. Internet service is not an essential service. Agency is essential. Provo City was one of the cities to implement fiber. They allowed their citizens the right of choosing whether or not they wanted the service. They fell short because it was not supported by enough citizens. You are circumventing the agency of our citizens by forcing us to pay for a service that we may not need or want. We don't yet. You haven't given us the option. As elected representatives of the citizens of Kaysville, it is your responsibility to hear, listen to, and represent us and what we want. You were not elected for your own personal agendas. Whatever happens, you will be accountable to a higher judge, not of this land. More responsibility is equivalent to higher accountability. Do not choose the side of imposing your plan on those whom you supposedly serve. Do not misplace the trust of your constituents. Council members are necessary in helping us, residents, to solve problems, address challenges, and identify opportunities. Council members should not impose opportunities onto their citizens. Neither should mayors. Stop the plan of force. Allow the citizens to choose. Please do this the right way.
Got about 14 more minutes.
Okay, I'm Cheryl Tarvett. Can you hear? I'm wondering about your rate that you think that people are going to just run to get this fiber. The thing is, my mother lived in Brigham City, and at 90 years old, they came to her door and convinced her to get fiber. Well, I'll tell you, it was the biggest disaster there ever was. And she had to pay $2,700 for it. They charged every person, and Brigham City thought that so many people were going to sign up for the fiber that they would have it all paid for. Well, my mom paid $2,700 for it. Well, Brigham City got into big trouble because not half the people they thought wanted it and really needed it got it. And the thing is, I've heard your IT people say that there's 95% of Kaysville that has internet. That doesn't mean that they're not happy with what they have or that they want to sign up. I have talked to at least 30 people in my neighborhood. Not one of them is going to sign up for your fiber. My son works construction, and he has seen Layton and seen what has happened to the homes in Layton that fiber has been put into. These people come in and destroy the landscape, and he's a new construction guy, and he has a conduit that they could go right into. But no, they don't want to do that. So they blast through the foundation to put their fiber directly in. And consequently, there is so many repairs on these older homes and newer homes after the fiber has come through. Now then, I think you should get an estimate of how many people are actually going to sign up or how many people want this. Because like I said, 30 people in my neighborhood. And I have a lot of elderly people that don't use the internet at all. I use it very little, and I am happy with what I've got. Even though your IT person told me he knew what I needed, and he was going to get it for me. I don't want it.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Lynn Galbraith. I am a fourth-generation Galbraith in Kaysville. I have served on the City Council, the Planning Commission, and the Civic Committee. I have been following this Kaysville fiber optic situation for a while now, and the more I see, the more I'm worried about it. I have a lot of concerns. The biggest concern I have is it's being imposed on the citizens without their will. I don't think that is right. The second thing that bothers me is we don't have a vote on this enormously large bond. I don't think that's the way representative government should work, where your will is imposed upon the citizens. I think we should be the ones who say, yes, we want to move forward on this, instead of a handful of people. We elected you to represent us, not yourselves or the city of Kaysville. I hope you will do as this Coalition for Responsible Fiber says by hitting the pause button, providing full disclosure and allow for third-party review. I don't see any need to haste on this thing. I think we should take very close look at it, take the time, and let the citizens be involved in the final decision. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, my name is Nephi Harvey. I'm a longtime, near lifetime resident here of Kaysville City. I've spoken before. I'd like to just speak briefly. This morning, I was asked to mediate on behalf of my aunt for some trespassing issues of the city over on her property right here on 80 East Center Street. And this speaks to the fiber because what was going on is the construction for the new building down here required some conduit to go on and through an easement, and the city went through without getting permission, without seeking her permission, without marking the easement, without setting boundaries for the folks that were doing the construction. Then somebody was dumping cement on her property through the gate that was not in existence because they had cut a hole in the fence. Now, this is on something that already, an easement already exists for Kaysville City Power. It was in Kaysville, and this is a repeated thing that I've seen multiple times in my time here in Kaysville as well on property issues. This is within the city's wheelhouse. This is supposed to be what this city is good at. They're supposed to be able to do power issues and not trespass and work out issues. And yet, in this case, this is a microcosm of what you guys are setting up, or at least what's proposed to be set up, where every single home is going to have holes dug, wires run through, pass, beyond, through easements, and right now you can't even get the system right now. So if it's in your wheelhouse and you're not doing it well now, why are you pulling in something that's not in your wheelhouse? Electronics, networking, on a massive scale, customer service, all of these things that you don't know how to do, that are beyond the scope of this city, beyond the scope of what we need and what we use here as a mandatory utility. We don't need fiber as a mandatory utility. Get the stuff that needs to be done correct, get that done, and then stop. I ask you to please pause, review, and comprehensively understand what's going to happen before you take this any further. Thank you.
Got 8 more minutes.
My name is Darren Ney. I've been a Kaysville resident my whole life, so a little over 30 years. I'm currently in the internet service provider industry. That's what I do for my day job. I work with internet service providers, and the majority of them do not want to be in business. They have found that it's too hard to service, maintain, and keep up with the technology that exists. So I, like Nephi Harvey, would ask you to pause because you haven't considered all of the options. I'm not against fiber. I'm against how we're doing it. If you really were a business that had to worry about the funds that were associated with it, you would ask people to put their money where their mouth is first. When I work with ISPs, I usually work with those that are getting fiber to a tower that are then providing fixed wireless to their customers, which is a great option. People poo-poo on it because they think it's too expensive, but that's because they don't do it the right way. You can do fiber to towers and then have great internet service to them. Now, those fiber providers, those people that are building towers, go around the entire neighborhood and say, will you sign up for my service? Will you sign up for my service? They will get contracts in place beforehand before they'll even build a tower because they know that they can't build it and expect people to come. They need people to put their money where their mouth is. You're proposing that there's going to be a fee to put the fiber from the street to the home. I believe it's like $2,700 or $3,000. If people really want it, see how many people will pay it up front, because that would reduce the bond, it would reduce the load, and it would show that, yes, people are really committed to doing this. Again, I'm not against fiber. I'm against the way you're doing it and would ask that you pause.
Hi, Stefania Drugsfold. I'm a new resident to east side of Kaysville here. I just really quickly wanted to say that I believe this does need to have some more public input, and that a pause should be put on here. I love fiber, had it in the last town I lived in, but again, it was approached very differently. We were part of the initial group of people who signed up prior to the infrastructure being put in place, so that as the previous gentleman spoke, there was money put forward by people who actually wanted the services. After they got enough people to sign up, then we got our services. It took about, I don't know, a year-ish since we signed up. I don't know, there were people before us. But because of that, we got good rates and we got excellent fiber service. And we had to wait, and we didn't mind waiting because it was done the right way, and we knew what we were paying for, what we were getting, and when we were getting it. Thanks.
My name is David Saunders, and I am a resident of Kaysville. I am also a networking engineer and have been designing equipment to communicate over fiber for over 32 years. I understand Ethernet, IP, TCP, UDP, including framing formats and their meanings, switching and routing protocols, and queuing theory. I understand SONET, the de facto standard of transporting information over fiber, and can decode SONET and OTN protocols and payloads. I understand communication technologies such as TDM, time division multiplexing, duplex, and topologies. My duties also include bandwidth analysis, congestion mitigation, and transport efficiency. Most of you here on the City Council know me as the numbers guy, and I've come before you again tonight representing the numbers that are published on the city's website, as well as the numbers that are not published on the city's website. According to the Kaysville Fiber Mailer, there are 4 areas where the fiber will improve the city, and they have now been elevated to the level of critical needs. While these areas are useful, they do not warrant a critical need for the speeds provided by fiber. The data that these services generate is low enough to be serviced by existing infrastructure. I've read through the Design 9 study. I have it here. I have read through it and have found mathematical errors in the data. Why are we basing our decisions on data that is flawed? Is there other data that is correct? And if so, why is that not being published? Where is the network traffic analysis maps that show the existing and future needs of the city? I ask, please pause and review the facts and share them with us. In an effort to help reduce the need for people to come to the podium, and following Mayor Witt's example to treat this as a church meeting, I will close by saying amen and allow anyone who agrees with me to do the same.
We've got 2 minutes.
My,
I'll refer this to our city attorney. Meanwhile, please, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Zane Larson. I would like to point out that for the very first person who spoke, I apologize, I didn't write down his name. You know, the numbers were given for service fees and potential ISPs. Yeah, it seems really low, but that's because the city would force every person to pay for it. And so those who are the non-fiber users, or those who wouldn't buy into this if it was a buy-in or opt-in situation, they're subsidizing the fees for those who do want to or would have opted in. That's not right, and we shouldn't do that. I speak on principles. I don't have the numbers like Dave Saunders, but I speak and stand on principles that, and to quote Robert A. Heinlein, there is no worse tyranny than to force a man to pay for that which he does not want, because merely you think it would be good for him. This isn't a safety matter. I don't know how any other city in the history of this country, in even recent years, has grown larger than 30,000 people without fiber. Because I don't believe it is essential in that regard, and that I don't even think we need a vote on it. Just as like the Nephi said,
with your money, you put your money where your mouth is, that many internet service providers require a contract. That way they know they're going to have the business to support running lines to your house. I refuse to pay what Kaysville is going to levy on me. I will pay my utility bill because that's what I use and that's what I have accepted. But I will not pay the $12.45 or the $9.70 with the opt-out, and I call for every other citizen to not pay that either if the city forces it on us. Amen.
First, before you start, City Attorney, what do you know?
I know there's noticing requirements. As I look at the code, I don't think there's any length requirements. I know that there are length requirements in the administrative rules for certain agencies, but not for municipalities.
All right. Oh. Let's go, Susan, let's go with you. There's going to be more time to speak. There's going to be another half an hour. Okay. Tell you what. Do you know what I will do? What I will do is I will schedule another hearing in addition to this. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, just a minute. I want, City Attorney, so, just a sec. Yeah. Just a minute.
I don't.
All right. I think that this is a big issue, and let's go to 7:30, and then we'll start our regular meeting. Susan.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Susan Lee, former City Council member, and a member of our community for over 50 years. Currently, over 90% of residents get their internet needs successfully by private industry at no cost to the city. And yet, the only way for fiber optics to work is for the city to take out a $25 million bond plus interest and force everyone, whether they need it or want it, to pay for it. So 90% of citizens will be paying for something they don't need for 10% who actually want it. The bond is the largest bond our city has ever done. In fact, you can combine the fire station, police station, expansion of City Hall, and the Pioneer Park bonds, and they don't even come close to matching the $25 million bond that is going to be taken for the fiber optics. Let that sink in. $25 million. The speed in pushing forward the fiber optics with the latest model to partner with American Fork is senseless and unwise. Our city leaders should carefully consider how many underperforming fiber optic projects have caused numerous cities to face defaults, bond rating reductions, and unplanned direct payments from the public coffers. No matter how much research has been done, it is still a $25 million risk. In addition, Troubled city broadband ventures take a toll on community leaders in terms of personal turmoil and distractions from other matters important to citizens. Although some claim that investing in fiber service is a necessary function of future-proofing a city's infrastructure, evidence shows little current need for such high broadband speeds. Sound fiscal policy favors the timing of capital investment so they coincide with expected revenue. Otherwise, a city will be forced to pay interest on an investment that is not yet creating any benefits. Local government was never intended to tax or put fees on the citizens to pay for items that the free market can offer. Thank you.
Guys, friends, we've extended this meeting. I would ask that you respect the rules and please do not clap and boo. Just be respectful. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for this time tonight to speak. My name is Bill McKay. I've only been a resident in Kaysville for 7 or 8 years. I moved down from Brigham City where we did have Utopia. When I had the choice to make the decision to have Utopia and fiber run into my home in Brigham City, so when I had the choice, if I wanted Utopia to come into my house and run fiber into my home, I signed up for it because there weren't very many options available to me. It was very limited in Brigham City. If I had to make that decision again and spend the $2,700, $3,000, whatever it was, to have it hooked to my house, I'd do it again. In Kaysville, I have so many options already. I don't need fiber. I've got 60 megabytes per second, 75 now for $49 a month. I was paying $50 for my fiber in Kaysville, or in Brigham City, plus $25 to the city to help them finance the fiber to my home. From a resident's perspective, I do not need fiber. I've had it, it was great, but what I have works, and it costs less than what I had up in Brigham City. It's a $26 million bond. We're probably getting into fire station in West Kaysville. We're going to have bonds in the future, and this thing's going to go for 30 years, if I'm not mistaken. So I would, like they've said, pause and look at what you've got coming down the pipe that you're going to need bonds for. Put this to the vote. I had a choice in Brigham City. That's a big difference in what we're doing here. So, thank you.
Hello, Michael Halls, 75 South. If I got to say that anymore, thank you. You guys are going to get tired of it. Started out actually running an ISP back in '96. I've been involved in the internet space. I started an internet business in Kaysville. We moved it into an office in Kaysville. We sold the business in Kaysville. I live in West Kaysville. I'm blessed to have an income where the amount of money that it would be costing is not enough to really even notice. And for the most part, I hate Comcast, hate net neutrality, hate the fact that I don't have an option between CenturyLink and Comcast, which are horrible things. Everything that I have is for this. But at the same time, I recognize that not everybody would win, right? There are people who $17 a month is actually a difference between going out to eat or putting food on the table. And I don't think that it's right necessarily for something that I may need and want to transfer that onto people who maybe don't have that option. And one thing is I think everybody looks at this and I think they say, what if it's successful? But I think you have to sit there and think also, what if you're wrong? What if the decision effectively and it becomes a disaster? I was involved in some of the early Utopia projects. I followed them closely. A lot of those ended up as a disaster, and I think it's important, whether it becomes a success or it becomes a failure, to have the citizens behind you, so that you guys, who I hope will live in Kaysville for a long time, know that for the most part the decisions that you made were supported by the public. So I'd ask, put it up for a vote. Give the city a time to back you if you're making the right decision. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council. My name is Kimball Ball. I live at 356 West Mutton Hollow Road. I'm a 26-plus year career government employee. I've witnessed numerous decisions made by government agencies that I've worked for and that I've been privileged to work with. And I can tell you the most successful projects that I've seen pursued have been with adequate public input and following what the public wants, not going against public input. And I've seen it time and time again. And I've witnessed as a 21-year citizen of Kaysville, I've witnessed the city council and mayor override the wishes of the citizens too many times. It's not been a lot of times, but it's been too many. When the citizens voted against a bond to build the new police station, all the citizens wanted was maybe a smaller, less costly option. The city council decided less than 2 years later to go around the citizens and build the new police station with a bond that didn't require public input. That's offensive. It means that the city council and mayor don't care about what the citizens think. And I would plead with you not to do that in this case. This is a very large issue with very huge consequences for many citizens. Please listen to what the citizens are saying and get more input from us.
City Council and Mayor. My name is Tiffany Hall. I have lived here in Kaysville for 2 years, but I intend on living in Kaysville for the rest of my life, at least the next 30 years. I didn't elect any of you. I wasn't here for most of it, at least. I was here for the election last year, probably here for the one before that, but I am new to the city compared to many people, but my feelings are this. How do you know this is what the city wants? I know that there was a hypothetical survey that was sent out, that this survey said, if we brought in fiber, who would like it? Who thinks we need better internet? Well, of course I think we need better internet. Of course we think that fiber would be good. But now that we know specifics, how do we know that this is what the people want? What's the hurt in sending it to a ballot so that the people can really decide now that they have the specifics on it, now that they know the cost and how much it's going to be and the long-term commitment? What's the difficulty in sending it to the people and letting the people choose and have a voice now that they know specifics? That survey that went out and that many people supported and many people said this is a good idea, the people didn't know the specifics. I'm not against fiber. I'm not. I'm still up in the air how I feel about it. I don't know. And I think there's a lot of people in the community that feel the same way. But it feels like, what is the hurt in letting the people have a voice now that we know specifically what the issues are and what it would do to our city, including a 30-year commitment to this, and how much, and the utility fee and all of these things. Now that the people know, why can't we have it on the ballot and let the people decide?
My name is Tim Collings. I live in West Kaysville. This is my second go-around with fiber optics, as our HOA come through and also had the infinite wisdom to get us all hardwired. But they had the wisdom to put it to a vote. And it went to a vote, and of course, I was not in favor of it, but it's what they wanted. It was the will of the people. If you're going to represent the people, you need to know what the people want. The only way to find out what they want is to hear from them, for one thing. The other thing I can tell you is, now that we're hardwired, I hadn't noticed really much of a gain in my internet service from what I was getting from my other provider. fact, the service is a little bit less, especially from the outside service when you need things corrected. It's a little less now that they have a monopoly on us for a little while. At least that's my personal feeling. This that we're going down to appears to be a major taxation because you're going to create a new utility. It appears to me that we're trying to get Kaysville City into the fiber optic. Now, if the right studies and long range, if we look at the whole thing, I haven't seen, I'm kind of a newcomer getting into whatever's going on here. But what I'm seeing is it might be a source of revenue somewhere in the future, the way this is used. I don't know how you're going to do this. If you've got multiple entities entering our system, then it may be a source of revenue, maybe not. Up front, it's going to be a major cost to everybody, and we need to see what options are available. People need to be aware if they're asked the right questions, they can answer the right ways. If they need to know exactly how it's going to impact them and what it's going to cost, it's a big deal. I can tell you when they run the fiber optics into our properties, they're not very deep. All they did is turn the sod over with a shovel and bury your fiber optics, so you can imagine what that could do to you down the road. Even if the guy comes through aerating your lawn might pick it off. Am I getting down too far? Quite frankly, I'll be honest with you, I'm used to just facing everybody and talking. Mostly, yeah. But anyway, at any rate, what I would urge you to do is to get the input from the people. Get the study, put the facts out there. Lay it all out on the table and put it to a vote. Thank you.
My name is David Bowman. I'm one of the founding members of the Coalition for Responsible Kaysville Fiber. Every single one of you sitting up there has heard lots from me about my opinion about this. I don't necessarily need to restate that. I would, however, like to make a pretty simple point. All of you at some point made a public commitment to let the people vote on this issue, and you've changed where you're at. To the point that 4 guys in a stupid website has filled up a whole room of people telling you, hey, maybe we should stop and look at that. The Salt Lake Tribune has felt the need to write an article about it, and you have KSL here filming the importance of what we're trying to communicate. It is not irrational or unreasonable for us to ask for a pause, full disclosure, and comprehensive review. It is not a personal insult to the work that the technical committee has put together or the work that the city council has put together. We're simply asking for you to do what you already said you would do. Please do that.
Okay, well, in light of the crowd, I'm probably crazy for standing up here. But, excuse me. Oh, yes, Seth Ferber. I've been a resident of Kaysville for most of my life. When it comes to fiber, at the end of the day, I personally feel like it is infrastructure that will add value to our community and to each of us individually. I, like many of the others, do have some concerns. I know the city is aware of the concerns, and I do feel like the city has addressed many of the concerns and will continue to address some of those concerns as time goes along. I know that it's very easy to stand up here and say, send it to a vote, send it to a vote. But the reality is, a yes-no vote on a project like this may not get to the true nature of what people want. Just like, I know people question that, but just like many of the people stood here and said, I want fiber, I like fiber, I'm for fiber, but just not in this way. Well, we're not going to get an option on a vote of, I want option A, I want option B, I want option C, or D. It's going to be, I want what the city's proposing, or I don't. And that may not get to what each of us really wants. And I don't know how to, you guys are in a tough position, and I understand that. And so I don't know how to answer the question of how do you solve the problem. But you can see, just like any negative review on
on the internet, it usually takes 2 to 3, there's usually 2 to 3, excuse me, what am I trying to say? 2 to 3 times the number of, a person that has a negative reaction to something is 2 to 3 times more likely to go online and post a negative review. We're seeing that here tonight. I know there are people that are in favor of fiber and just because of the nature of the meetings are unwilling to or unable to or frankly don't dare come and show support. So I do know there are concerns, and I hope that the city will address those, even if they do vote tonight and in the future. I hope many of the concerns that citizens have voiced will be addressed.
My name is Tiffany Hess, and I live at 687 South, 75 East in Kaysville. I've lived here most of my life. I am against the City Fiber project, and what I've come to say is that I just simply think Kaysville is too spendy. I think you're spending too much money, and I feel like we have a lot of citizens. Here we are kind of living in good economic times, and we're on our, 5th bonding project? It's becoming bondage. And it is, I think, immoral to push this kind of debt onto the people for 30 years when fiber is probably not even going to last 30 years as a technology. We already have internet service, so we're spending this money as a luxury because we're saying we want this, and our neighbors who are living on the edge can just suck it up and pay for it. And I think there's something really wrong with that. I think there's something wrong with that mentality. And that's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Mike Webb, and I live at 544 Hodds Hollow Drive. It's up near the cemetery. I've lived in Kaysville for over 21 years, and my family goes way back here in Kaysville. I'd like to speak in favor of the resolution establishing a fiber utility fee. I have internet service at my house. It's not always reliable. I've tried the options that I have at my home. I use the internet primarily to provide, well, maybe not primarily, but importantly to provide emergency medical services for Davis and Weber counties. And the bandwidth that I need to provide those services is ever increasing. I would appreciate it if the city would put the infrastructure in that would allow for high-speed fiber-type internet to get to my home. I currently don't have that option. From the comments that have been made, I understand that not everyone feels that way, but I do think that there is a role for the city to provide this type of infrastructure. I have a belief that it will ultimately help the city with respect to economic development, not just for home and entertainment. I support the initiative and the work that's been done. I guess I would also say that I feel like my input has been solicited for well over a year. I don't share some of the views that have been expressed that we have not had an opportunity to provide input. And it sounds as if a committee has been working with that input for some time. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Ben Lever. I know I've spoken with most of you at length over this topic and these issues, and I appreciate the time and the effort you guys have put into this, also with the Technical Advisory Committee. I realize that many of us have differing opinions and thoughts on where we should go with this, or even if we should go there with it. We can discuss those, I guess, at a later time, but my sincere plea to all of you is that we would take a little time and let the public catch up with what's going on. I think the community perception, as I've talked to neighbors and friends and people in our ecclesiastical meetings, is, wait, what? We're doing what? And as I tell them that the city's proposing to install a fiber network, they're saying, when did we decide this? And I don't think that's a good place to be for the city council or the technical advisory committee. I think we should pause. I think we should let the public catch up with what decisions are being made. Even within this week, changes are being made, the last 2 weeks, that are pretty dramatic changes in terms of how this will roll out, other communities being involved. I think we need some time to let the public digest this and have some input. Let them vote, either by signing up for the services or a straight vote at the ballot box. Let the public have a voice after they've caught up with the information that continues to be rolling forth to us. That's my hope. I know I've spoken with many of you. In the last couple of months, as I looked some of you in the eye, the statements that were made to me was, yes, I want this to go to a public vote. And I would just urge you all to consider what you told many of us at that time and let this go to a vote. Let the public have a say in this. And then if the chips fall wherever they may, great. We'll go forward with that. But act on that. Let that happen. And as I said, just let the public catch up. Let's pause here as we're getting these pretty big changes, creating utilities and creating bonds and creating interlocal agreements with towns perhaps in Utah County. Let the public catch up and let them have their say. Thank you for your time.
This will be our last comment.
I am Craig Hess. I live at 687 South, 75 East, Kaysville. I understand. Sorry? I understand that the idea of high-speed internet via fiber is desirable. Many things in life are desirable. Relatively few are worthwhile. Many things are worthwhile to a few that are not worthwhile to the majority. Even fewer are critical. At bare minimum are critical to the community at large. I do not believe fiber is critical to this community. Another principle that I think is important to consider, government at any level cannot give what it does not first take. What this vote would take away if it passes is my choice of data transmission service providers. I will have no choice, and once that is gone, I will never get it back in Kaysville. Whether the service from the fiber turns out to be inferior, I will never have a choice again. That is something I hold more precious than the money that would be spent on this. I can afford it. I'll be honest, I can't. There are people who live at the margins who cannot. When taxes are levied, they are destructive of something. And it is very difficult to predict what it is that will be destroyed. But I can tell you it will be burden, it will land on those that are on the margins. Not me, I'll be fine. But those that are the margins will be hurt. Some of them are on edge now and they'll be crushed. Good evening.
How's that? Okay. All right. First of all, thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us. And this has been a conversation that's been going on for quite some time, and a lot of you have been participating for a long time, and that's because you care about Kaysville. So whether you agree or disagree with the fact that you've been engaged in this process, we appreciate. We are going to close the public hearing, And now, would you like it to take a 2-minute break? We're going to take a quick break, but come back, all right?
Larry, my name is Mike Webb. Can I ask you? A number of folks expressed concern that this would be limited to one ISP provider. My understanding is that it actually would potentially
Okay, get going again. If we could have the council come up, please. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call the, what day is it today? September 19th City Council meeting to order, and appreciate everybody being here. We are going to have our opening. It's going to be prayer and pledge offered to us by Councilmember Stroh-DeCare.
Thank you. Let us bow our heads and pray for God's blessing. As we come before Thee, O Lord, we ask for the many riches and blessings that You have bestowed upon us and our wonderful community. Thank You for continuing to watch over us, guide us and direct us, and for Your constant companionship and guidance as we gather this evening and discuss the issues and topics before us. Please remind us to be kind and respectful of our fellow men and women, and allow us to constructively understand all options and thoughts laid before us tonight. Allow our debates to be civil and the tone be compassionate and understanding. In closing, may the Spirit of the Lord Jesus Christ be with us now and always, and Almighty God bless us in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Please rise for the national anthem, or not the national anthem. That's a little too long. We're already going to run long. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. First, we'll have any conflicts of interest tonight? No. Seeing none, we'll move on. Okay, consent items. I would entertain a motion to pass the consent items.
Second.
It's been motioned by Councilmember Garn and seconded by Councilmember DeCare. Any comments? Motion fails for lack of a second. Motion. Okay, and we'll go to a vote. Councilmember, Adams. Aye. Okay, consent items pass. All right, thank you. Now we're going to move on to our action items. Now, how this is structured is what we'll do is we have our staff member make a presentation, and then we go to public comment, and there were sheets that have been filled. We'll have our public comment, and then the council will ask questions, and then there'll be a motion, and then we will have comments after that. So that's kind of the format. Again, what I'm going to do tonight, since this is a very charged meeting, if I can say, what we're going to do is, council members, when we get to these items, I'm going to go to each individual council member. I want to be sure that all council members get a chance to talk. So I'm going to give each council member 5 minutes, and we'll go through all the council members like that, and then go from there. Okay? So the first item that we're going to talk about, a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement to be formed with Kaysville City and Light Hub. Shane.
Mayor, thank you. That item and the subsequent 3 action items after that are all our initial kickoff in addressing the fiber project in Kaysville, as we've been discussing. Those documents that you have in your packets, I hope you've been able to review those. And as staff, we've been working with several different consultants, many of which are here tonight, in an effort to prepare those documents for your approval, if that's the way you'd like to go. We believe those documents are ready for that sort of action. Mayor, as you mentioned, that item 4A is the approval of a resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement between Kaysville City and Light Hub. Currently, Light Hub, the only existing member, and actually technically it's not even a member yet, is American Fork City. That interlocal agreement, as we discussed at the last meeting, would allow us to partner with that city and any other cities that would join this interlocal in providing certain services, all of which we would be able to choose at a later date. Some of those services include marketing services, legal services, and hopefully we'd be able to take advantage of multiple parties being involved with that agreement and being able to save as much money as we possibly could. Mayor, would you like me to address all 4 items now, or would you want me to do this individually? Okay. So I understand for sure that you want to address them individually, but I'm happy to address them individually as well. So that's item 4A. Just for item 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D, we have several individuals here that can answer your questions. Of course, Nick and Dean are here as staff members. Laura Lewis. We have Joel Wright here. Brad is also an attorney. Kathy, Todd, any of these folks, we've got several individuals that can answer these questions, so I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
All right. Now we will go to public comment on, we're going to go with a resolution authorizing, this is the interlocal agreement, okay? And first person we have signed up for that is Nephi Harvey. You have 3 minutes. Again, no clapping, no booing, and I'm very strict on the 3 minutes.
I've already introduced myself, but once again, some 30 years ago, when I was a 16-year-old, I read an article in Scientific American magazine. They did do then, and they do now, a spot that's called 50 and 100 years ago. In this spot in the magazine, they highlight a place 50 years before within the magazine that they talked about a scientific achievement that would never change, never get better, and 100 years before, something that kind of is a little bit funny and embarrassing that they had made within their long tenure as a magazine. The item then was on the 100 years ago was they had highlighted that there was a steam engine had just surpassed 65 miles per hour, and how amazing that was, that that's the fastest mankind would ever achieve speed-wise, 65 miles per hour. Here I was at the time, 16-year-old kid, going, huh, interesting. They really screwed that one up, because I could go 65 mile an hour, albeit at the time speeding, because it was a 55 on the highways, and be just fine with it. My point is if we treat, and if you treat tonight with these votes, this technology as nothing ever coming along better to my home, because that's what we're really talking about, is fiber to my home, fiber to their homes. If we treat this as the be-all, end-all, $26 million bond, $40 million plus with interest, then we, you, us, have all made a huge, 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 massive mistake. We can't go down that path. So please, 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 at this point, stop, pause, reconsider, fully disclose the information. In particular, with this particular item, none of us have had this information for more than, a day? And I still don't think we have all the information. How are we to make decisions of whether it's a good idea or a bad idea on this particular action item? much less you guys on the council with such a massive responsibility on this in just such a short amount of time. So I urge you to pause, review it. Let's get independent review, and let's make this happen. And I'm going to give my 44 seconds back to you guys because it's so precious, and I'm not going to boo and I'm not going to clap. Thank you.
Paul Waldrop, please.
As I stated earlier, I'm not necessarily an opponent or a proponent. There's things I like, there's things I'm uncertain of, and I have just gotten into this. One of the things that I'm a little bit concerned about is that it feels like I can speak for 3 minutes, but I'm not listened to for a moment by the mayor and this council, and I want to be listened to. I think, as I said earlier, this is the most important action and decision that's been placed upon Kaysville since the electric utility was brought in. And to my knowledge, in June, you all voted, and I heard someone else talk about this, to place this on a ballot. And it's my belief that something this large, something that has this much expense to it, this much responsibility, and I did a lot of research. I read how over 50% of the cities that participate and jump into this fail. And there's large taxes and big problems with solvency. And all I'm asking for is this city to, just as Nephi just did, let's just slow our roll. Let's just back up and say, okay, what are all the realistics? I read completely through your survey, and it wasn't really a survey. It was almost, somebody told me it was kind of a feasibility study. Well, I used to do a lot of feasibility study because I'm an inventor, and I know how to take something from conception to market. That was actually my consulting firm. And what I do know is that some people just really like an idea, and they're willing to spend everything on that idea. And then when I got involved, I said, wait a minute, you can spend everything you want, but there's no money to be made. There's no benefit here, and we don't know that with this project. It's been looked at by a technical committee. It's been poorly communicated to the community as a whole, and I don't know that you're wrong. I don't know that you're right. I do know that making quick decisions and rushing before the election is not the right thing to do. And that's all I have to say.
David Bowman.
Sorry, I have to use notes for this one. So I read this 22-page document about all these powers and decisions we're talking about, this light hub thing. I really am concerned about the structure and why it's being put together. I understand the arguments that we've had about some of the efficiencies that can be gained. I think, frankly, if those efficiencies can be gained now, they could be gained later after we've done it without agreeing to do that. But in particular, Section 2.1.5 specifically says that Light Hub will be allowed to enter into contracts, bonding, constructing, and undertaking actions on our behalf, as determined by the board of directors. And so the structure that we're suggesting is that we will have a member or a mayor on part of that board of directors. But authorizing a third-party group for purposes of efficiency to bond and contract on our behalf is really negligent. If you were elected to represent the people and you truly feel that's your mandate, don't give that power to somebody else. If you want to gain efficiencies later, after you've built it and done it the way you're saying to do it, and you've let the public tell you that they want it and answered that question about, do we want an interlocal agreement? Do we want fiber? Then fine. But you should give serious consideration to the danger behind the concept of blanket signing over the city's rights to make decisions about a $35 million investment.
Zane Larson.
I want to reiterate what Mr. Bowman said, that in today's world we complain a lot about how our federal government is, they don't do anything, they don't accomplish anything. That's because they've given away their powers to legislate to non-elected bureaucrats. And that's what Kaysville City is in danger of doing with Light Hub. That if I've heard Jake Garn tell me that part of the city council's job is to learn things and understand things better than the regular citizen, which I can agree with that and I can respect it, but it's not then in the city council's position or authority to then dictate to the people who elected them what will happen, what they should, their money will now be spent on, because it is not the responsibility of the city to tell Zane to eat less ice cream. That's Zane's responsibility. It's not the city's responsibility to push anything on somebody that doesn't want it, even if it is good for them. That is wrong. Thank you.
All right. We will now close public comment and go to questions from council. I'm going to start with, let's go alphabetically. So that would be Councilmember Adams first. And we're going to have 5 minutes per council member and then go to another council member. If there's more questions, we'll start over from the top. So Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank all of you for being here tonight and bearing with some of this echo chamber that we're in. I appreciate all the comments that have been shared. This obviously, it didn't become a touchy subject overnight, but I echo the statements made that it became a touchy subject on July 17th when the council came back and said that they decided this was critical, necessary infrastructure and that we no longer had a say in it. So now we're looking at, questions, thank you. Okay, so I have some questions then about American Fork. Do we have a representative of American Fork in the room tonight? I think that would certainly be appropriate if one was here. The reason being, Light Hub, we're looking at partnering with American Fork. Is there one here? Is there one here? Oh, interesting. Okay, I'll make some blanket statements that I've done some discovery upon then. I don't think Todd Marriott works for American Fork. So, thank you, sir. You can sit down. American Fork is fairly laden with debt, from what I see. A layman's opinion of going through their budget. I'm sorry. Yep. Thank you. There's no one here to answer the question, so I will say, I'll ask the question then. How much debt limit, bonding limit, does American Fork have left?
Since there's nobody here to answer that question, go on. You do not get to talk. Sorry, it's our turn now. Okay. Councilmember Adams.
All right, we'll try and move on to Light Hub. Let's see. Number one, Mayor, you're proposed to be serving on the board of directors of Light Hub. I think that's probably just a formality. I find it peculiar. So is that what you perceive happening? Are you going to serve on the board of Light Hub?
That decision is up to the council.
Okay. The agreement and this document about Light Hub, who can speak to Light Hub? Is that you, Mayor?
I think that would be Nick. Okay, Nick.
I'm happy to hear the question. There's a number of people that could probably speak on different aspects of it more competently than I could.
What exactly is the question?
There's a lot of them. So
okay. Well,
it talks about in the agreement, whereas the parties have entered into this agreement for the purpose of, one, creating Light Hub as a separate legal entity, and two, acquiring, constructing, owning, and operating the network So my question is this: it's been proposed for the last year, 8 months, however long this has been on the table beyond the fiber ring discussion in town, that this is going to be owned solely and operated by Kaysville City. I do not find this agreement to support that. Is this agreement saying that we're essentially going to turn our entire potential future fiber infrastructure over to Light Hub?
Thank you for the question. I think that we had a lot of discussion about that yesterday, and
where was that discussion held? Where was that held? I was not aware of it. Where was it held?
Our staff met yesterday to talk about the specifics. And could I please have Shane, who's the best person to talk to this?
I think Nick can do that, but also Joel is here, who created the document, and Laura could talk about what an interlocal agreement is if we're starting from
that might be helpful. Let's go with Laura first. Maybe Laura. So Laura Lewis can introduce herself, but she is helping us with.
Quickly, if you don't mind, Laura.
Green. Oh, there we go. Yes.
So who authored the document? You say Joel. Who's Joel?
Joel Wright, legal counsel.
Okay.
With Curtin McConkey.
Oh, with McConkey.
Curtin McConkey.
Kirk McConkey firm.
Curtin McConkey
right?
law firm. Laura Lewis. I am the city's financial advisor in regard to the proposed bond issue. I have worked with a number of cities throughout the state of Utah. I have been doing public finance for too many years to count, I feel sometimes. I think I've been doing this for about 30 years. And there are a number of interlocal cooperatives that, quite frankly, most people don't know exist that help your city every day.
You don't mind specifically fiber? This is my question time.
No, I'm just giving you some examples. So Intermountain Power is a interlocal cooperative. UMPA, UAMPS, there are a lot of water entities that are cooperative. So this isn't a new thing. It's not even a new thing for fiber. So with that, that's who I am. Now, would you restate your question for me, please?
The Light Hub agreement, are we essentially, if we move forward with Light Hub, which we would first have to move forward with even doing our fiber network. I think the cart is a little before the horse tonight in the order here. We haven't even decided yet if we're doing this network, but if it proceeds and is turned over to Light Hub, does Light Hub then have control of our fiber network?
Light Hub as an entity would respond to a board similar to you. So you're the seated city council, and your officials respond to your directive. So the board of the interlocal is made up of the members of that interlocal. So a quick example I can give you is the convention center in Washington County, and the Dixie Center, you may know it as. So St. George City, Washington County got together, said, we need this facility, we have a lot of tourism, we need to hold conventions and car shows and whatever else. So we don't have enough money ourselves, let's do this as a joint project. So as they create the interlocal, then the board is created, and it is decided when it's created how those board members will be appointed. As the mayor indicated, you as a city council would determine who you want to represent you on that board, and it is that board that makes decisions. My understanding, Joel is the better person to address this, is that in the instance of this interlocal cooperative, the decisions related to Kaysville's fiber will be made by the Kaysville representative. The decisions made to American Forks fiber will be made effectively by their representative, and joint decisions such as network operating center and I don't know what else. That's just the one thing I know that is kind of a joint shared cooperative, economies of scale kind of thing. So with that, maybe Joel, am I Close?
Well, it says specifically here for it's Lighthub's being created for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, and owning. The verbiage is specific there. I do have a question though for you, however, because you kind of raised it. So I know you're not American Fork, but are you financially advising them as well?
I am financial advisor to American Fork on
Okay,
their
you raised an
fiber
interesting
project.
point about your St. George and Washington County point, how they couldn't afford to do what they were doing on their own. They needed one another.
Yes.
I am not convinced that we need American Fork to do this project. Does American Fork need us to proceed? Because they're following a utility model as well for the folks to know. They're doing the same thing, and they're not allowing a ballot of their people either.
No, it is my understanding that they do not need you, and candidly, you probably do not need them. It is the intention that it will be a lower cost and better economies of scale if you join together. You won't have to negotiate two separate. So if the city owns it itself and operates it itself, and American Fork does it themselves and operates it themselves, you will each have to negotiate agreements with those service providers. You'll have to retain the legal counsel to do that. You'll have to have the conversations with all those service providers. American Fork will have to do the same thing. So you get the economies of scale, so there's a benefit, but it doesn't mean you have to do it that way.
And before you start again, your 5 minutes are up. We're going to have Joel answer your question, but I need to pass the microphone to the next person.
I just want to say American Fork has over $50 million in bonds out right now.
Thank you. Brad, do you want to answer any ancillary questions?
My name
there?
is Joel Wright. I am special counsel for Kaysville City with the law firm Curtin McConkey. The interlocal is a little bit like a constitution, and meaning it sets the broad parameters. And then you'll be able to decide things, at a granular level on day to day. There's been a number of interlocals, like Laura Lewis said, over time. Utopia also, exists and is out there, and taking the lessons, good and bad, from that. Kaysville will have substantial local control. The interlocal itself will really only have the control that people want to give it. And that's where, as Laura said, the economies of scale. So it's like redundant connections, the connections, circling Utah, coming in, the network operations centers, attracting service providers, repair crews, those are kind of things that you can share. With that said, if Kaysville wants to pull back and do more on its own, the agreement gives you wide latitude to do that as well. And if the council is unhappy with the representative and the way they're voting or the way they're doing things, they can yank them.
Thank you. And now we're going to Councilmember Barber. I was mistaken. Council, in our rules of procedure, it says 3 minutes. So we kind of went over with Councilmember Adams, but 3 minutes.
Thank you, Joel, for coming. You already answered a few of my questions, specifically about the flexibility that we have before we've entered into the agreement, and once we already have to get out of that. So can you expand on that just a little bit more, the flexibility we have right now, as well as the flexibility we'll have in the future?
The flexibility you have right now is, it's very new. It hasn't really been established and the precedent set. Something like UAMPS, which has decades of history, everybody really knows how it's going to operate. So this is very new, and if anything is specific to Kaysville, you get to decide. Your representative will get to decide. The construction company, the construction contract, how fast to go, whether you accept the financing that is offered by the market or not. If you don't like it, you do not have to take it. If interest rates go up or interest rates go down, you don't have to take it. The nice thing is that will allow you guys to go as fast or as slow as you want. You'll also be able to work together to the extent you want. This is a project that favors economies of scale, very much like power. And I think what your financial advisor, Laura Lewis, said, you could do it on your own. It would likely cost more. But if that's what you wanted to do, then that's really up to you. I don't know how much more, but more.
Another question I think would be really great to have you answer is, does this interlocal itself make money, or how's the money retained in this interlocal?
Excellent question. That is the main, I think, lesson learned from the Utopia project, where if once the debt is paid off, it goes to it. And you can say, well, that's a stronger group. This is a less federal sort of system. This is much more local. Once the debt is paid off, all the money comes back to Kaysville City. Now, the utility fee still has to go towards the project. Fees have to go towards the project. But the stuff beyond the utility fee, where a resident chooses to engage those services, once you pay off the debt and that money comes back to the city, you can do with it whatever you would like.
I will ask my final question. Can you talk about how the revenue comes in, the revenue that comes to the city, specifically from the upgraded ISPs and their portion there? Can you talk to how that's handled and if it will go to the interlocal?
Yeah, the money will first come. There'll be two ways that the network makes money. You can put them in two categories. One is the utility fee, and the second one is the optional services. The city is already, a substantial part, especially consumer business, is collections. Even in 2019, the ability to charge people money and collect it is, a real skill. And the city is already billing, the residents for utilities. And so the ability to simply collect on top of that, saves a substantial amount of money. So that money would come in, it would go to the interlocal and service the debt, and then the remainder would come back to the city.
That was a wonderful answer. Thank you. I'm going to, those were fantastic.
Good. Am I up? Just one question, actually, on this one, so my time will be brief here. So as this whole process moves forward, looking at potentially a 30-year partnership here in this interlocal agreement as we pay things off, if or when it ever decided to happen, how would we go about exiting this agreement?
We can pretty much file a notice that we want to leave, and within 12 months leave after resolving all the debts and obligations that we have. So if we issue the debt through it, then that gets thornier. The debt is an obstacle. If we don't have debt and we've paid off, then we can exit within 1 year, and then keep essentially the network within Kaysville.
So essentially, then this isn't a 30-year handshake. I mean, there are exit strategies built into.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you want to take your debt and go home with it, you can.
Okay. All right. That's very good then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Most of my questions have been answered. I do have a question about all members. I think I read in there all members have to be either an official or close to my mouth. Thank you. There we go. I was telling everybody else to do that too. So all members of the board have to be either elected official or an employee of the city?
Correct.
Okay. So is the city then abdicating authority in any way to an unrelated third party?
No. I mean, you're sending your representative. They represent your interests on the global things. If your representative wants a short leash, they can say, I need to go back and consult with my council on things. If you want to put that short of a leash on your representative, you can. Or you cannot. Maybe you aren't interested. Or maybe it's a decision like they have 5 service providers and they want to go to 6. That's maybe a decision you want them, to make. Or it might cost a bit more, but you might get a more redundant line coming up. So if service gets cut, in Layton, it can come through another angle. So, those are highly technical decisions that I think a lot of voters elect people to figure out, and delegate to the technical or administrative staff to do. You guys will set the budget, though, and, it has to operate within those parameters, and it will depend on the confidence that you have in your board member and that. You can pull it in or push it out.
Thank you. Is there any possibility that Kaysville could be responsible for American Fork or another city that joined Light Hub, their obligations, or it would only be Kaysville obligations that Kaysville would be responsible for?
It's only Kaysville's obligations. That's what you bond for, and you'd have to come back and do more so. I mean, you could enter into a contract with Light Hub for certain services, and you could also terminate, for those certain services, just like, you can hire or fire me.
Thank you. Is there anything in the agreement that would require the bond to be within the interlocal? So in other words, if I vote aye tonight and to form the interlocal, does that mean that if a bond occurs, that bond has to be within the interlocal, or could the city still have the flexibility to choose to have it outside the interlocal and only have other services within Light Hub?
Yeah, that's definitely something you'll have, and that actually would need to come back. That's not a power you can give away. That's something that would come back and you decide.
Thank you. And if for some reason we decide not to bond or go forward with the project, what happens to the interlocal if we vote tonight to form it?
Then you'd be kind of like the Queen of England on the interlocal agreement. You'd just be sort of a pretty ceremonial face there.
Okay. And so we would just, it would just go away, or our participation.
Yeah, your board member would probably get pretty bored pretty quickly being there.
Okay, and last question. After the bond is paid off, if we go forward, is there a reason to keep, in your view, Light Hub to continue for the maintenance phase of the project?
Maybe. There's the economies of scale, repair, the operations, the service providers. When you can go to, like a service provider and say, we have, let's say 60,000 customers, that gets them a lot more excited about getting on your network and participating than if you say, well, we have 10,000 addresses, as opposed to 60,000 addresses. That's a lot easier way to attract and then retain, the more premium service providers. They want a chance to really, compete and for a lot of addresses. The smaller you are, the harder it will be. So there are a number of reasons that could make sense to stay. But then you're kind of a free agent. You can go and do other things, if you wanted to.
Thank you. I said last question. I lied if I have a little bit more time, Mayor. I just want to ask, is this similar to other interlocal agreements? It seemed to me to be, but I'm not an expert. I've looked at a few of them. Similar to other interlocal agreements, for example, when you do shared services on emergency services in order to utilize resources more efficiently between cities rather than one city can do by itself.
In my experience, it is similar, but it has weaker central control than most of them. Most of them don't give that much local control. Usually they have stronger central control. And there are good arguments for having stronger central control. Quite frankly, it can operate potentially more efficiently and effectively. But that was not what either American Fork or Kaysville wanted.
Thank you.
I guess one of the disadvantages of being the last guy, all the questions have been answered, but just for clarification, let me ask you this, and maybe put in terms that we can, the people here can understand. Why do you feel that it's important that Kaysville would enter into an agreement and get into this? We talk about economies of scale and different things, but maybe let's just put it in lay terms that we can understand exactly why it would be important for Kaysville to go into this agreement. Economies of scale is a very broad term, but you need one
network operations center. It is cheaper to have one. You don't really need two. So that's one example. Redundancy. You'll need long-haul connections with multiple sources. If you can do that here, and get that with other people, that will be cheaper. Construction is expensive right now, especially with the prison and I-15 and other things. If you can go to contractors and say, we have a big job rather than a smaller job, or we have the same stuff here, the same specifications here, you'll be able to take now and duplicate here, you can get a better price. And I already said, when you go to service providers, they're more interested in a bigger market. This is something that, like I said, it really lends itself to economies of scale. And then even when things go wrong, if American Fork or Kaysville sees a trend and customers not being happy, not getting what they want, I think then that mushrooms up and they get on top of it faster.
All right, well, appreciate that. Hey, also too, I want to make sure this is crystal clear. If we go into this agreement, we're not taking on any debt of American Fork or anything like that. We're not on the hook for anything that they do. I mean, it's been said that they're in $50 million into bonding. I mean, we don't take on their obligations in any way, do we?
No, legally no. I mean, American Fork is more mature on this path than Kaysville. They have certain sunk costs. And they look at those sunk costs and they're like, oh, we partnered with someone, we could contract with them and they would pay to use our existing, sunk costs. So yeah, they are interested in getting partners on the right terms. That is my understanding, they're willing to go forward, without partners. But with partners, yeah, they can take those already sunk costs and move them, over greater parties.
Quite specifically, when the bonds are issued under the interlocal cooperative, they are issued under a separate legal document called, broadly, an indenture. I mean, there are a number of documents in that indenture, but in that indenture, those are all the pledges and revenue streams and everything that will be utilized to repay the debt. Your bonds will be issued under one indenture, and American Forks will be issued under another indenture, and there's no crossing over. They would be rated based on what American Forks wants behind their bonds. Yours are going to be rated behind what you want behind your bonds. So I can't, and Brad Patterson's here did the bond documents. I can't conceive of a circumstance where you would be responsible for any of American Forks debt.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay. Follow-up questions? No? All right. Okay. Okay, three more minutes.
Okay. So I'm just going to maybe read, question. So, Sir Joel, under 1.11 talks about the network. It defines that it means and includes all physical facilities, wires, and equipment either owned or controlled by LightHub. So again, let's get real clear here. Let's get to the brass tacks. How much control will Kaysville have? How much control will LightHub have?
LightHub will have as much control as the city wants to give it, and the bond documents want to give it. So it depends on whether you bond through here or through LightHub and what you want to do.
Okay. Now in Article 2, the purposes. It says the general statement is this agreement is entered into by the members in order to 2.1.1 create LightHub as a separate legal entity as provided in the Interlocal Corporation Act, and then 2.1.2, if approved by the members and provided herein, its other purposes are to issue bonds, construct, lease, operate, or cause the same to occur, and then it states, and own the network. Could you please define, you wrote this document,
Yeah,
what does it mean to own the network? It's the purpose of LightHub.
Yeah, they can own the network, but you have the ability at any time to divorce them and take your share of both the assets and liabilities and go home.
Yeah, well, okay. Which we can all understand how difficult that might be in the event once we marry together. 2.1.6 says upgrade and expand the network as new development occurs with the boundaries of the members subject to. 2.2 says, talks about added members, that additional public agencies can become parties to this agreement as members provided herein. What is the mission of Light Hub? Is it to essentially maybe become a rival of Utopia with just different business models? How much growth are you foreseeing here?
I am not that smart. That's the job.
Excuse me?
That's above my pay grade. That elected officials, you decide the purpose and the meaning and what it's supposed to become and what it's supposed to do. I am, just like a shovel. That's a deeper esoteric question I can't answer. I mean, the stated purpose there is to provide telecommunications services and broadband services at a higher advanced level than what has been having now, and at more efficiency and universal service and faster speeds. That's what it says. But that bigger question I can't answer. It's a good question, but that's for elected officials.
Okay, you could probably answer this one. How long does McConkey plan to stay on board?
How long does who?
Your law firm plan to stay on board with this project. Are you intending to be Light Hub's legal counsel as well?
That's not been decided. It's not been decided, no. I don't know. That will be decided by Light Hub.
Okay, it talks in here 6.2 of the creation of Light Hub. In chapter 6, 6.2, it talks about the initial location of Light Hub will be in American Fork. Okay, so the background of why that question concerns me is that this project has flip-flopped for a year in so many different directions, but the core has always somewhat remained the same, that it would be owned locally and operated locally. So you're proposing in this agreement to put initially the Operations Network Center in American Fork.
Well, they already have a network operations center, and that's one of the advantages of coming second to this. They have expended a lot of money and created a network operations center, and so you get to come and use that without having to make your own. The time and cost and the construction of it.
I can understand that. I'm a utilitarian myself, but as far as, you put another bullet to that question, a follow-up to that. So what about customer service? So when our residents have an issue, are they calling down to American Fork, to the operations center? Because one of the concerns, a valid concern that I agree with some of the residents, is they don't appreciate the customer service of the existing incumbent providers, and they'd like to steer away from that, And so is the customer service going to be down in American Fork?
We have only had initial discussions on that. I mean, a lot of the services are similar to what your power and water and other people are doing, and whether we'll contract and get reimbursed, the city through that, or how to allocate and move people around. That hasn't been decided, but that will be, your representative will be part of that and contracting on it. Absolutely, you want prompt service. I mean, if you could tell me, would you rather have your water go out or your internet go out at your house? I'm not sure what my kids would decide. It could be a close call. So when the internet goes out.
Unfortunately, we're not leaving it up to the state. Quick question.
Okay.
Thank you, Joel, very much. Is this gentleman with you the one rolling his eyes at me? Are you with him, sir? Are you with McConkey?
Laura, would you like to answer I think you had some follow-up.
So
Thanks.
just some point of clarification. My understanding relative to the interlocal cooperative is that the members who constitute the board of that interlocal cooperative would have to act to allow other members to join that interlocal cooperative. So XYZ City, Utah, fill in the blank, right? If the interlocal wanted to expand and include other cities, the members of the interlocal cooperative would have to agree to let them in. The interlocal, that city would have to adopt the interlocal agreement, and they would have to then, if they wanted to finance through the interlocal, they would have to come to the table with the service contract or some means of how they're going to contribute in order to allow that to be financed. My understanding, it is not currently contemplated that this interlocal will expand. It could expand, and if I were a board member of the interlocal cooperative and it was an option to expand, I would look at it and say, is this in my best interest? Will it allow us to share more costs in a more efficient way? Will it allow us to put on more service providers so that my citizens, as well as the citizens of XYZ and American Fork, can have more service provider choices? The other thing I think is helpful from a clarification standpoint is, I don't know if you know, I don't know where Comcast or CenturyLink's network operating center is. I haven't the foggiest idea. For all I know, it's in Texas. So where the location of the network operating center doesn't have a lot to do with who's going to respond when you get service. Again, this is going to provide the highway for that fiber to travel. There will be service providers who are private entities who want to maintain your business if you ride across this fiber. And if you have a problem with that service, the call will be made to that service provider. Now that service, it could be something on that service provider's end, or the service provider could then call the, whoever's operating the network and say, hey, your network's out. So I don't know whether, again, to me, it's the service provider that's going to be your first responder if there is an issue with the service, not, I don't ever call the network operating center and say, my fiber's not working. So that's just a point of clarification.
Actually, no. Councilmember DeCare? I think we have some rules, and we're going to stick to our rules. All right. Councilmember Adams. That's not true. That is not true, and you know it. All right. Councilmember Barber?
Thank you. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing an interlocal agreement to be formed with Kaysville City and Light Hub.
It's been motioned by Councilmember Barber, seconded by Councilmember Garn. We will now go to comments. Comments will be 3 minutes. We will go alphabetical unless somebody wants to not do it alphabetical. Councilmember Adams. Comments. Councilmember Barber.
So thank you for those questions from our council. I know we have some other people who are able to weigh in as well. One of the biggest questions in any big project like this is overhead and maintenance. And I'm appreciative of the city finding a way to give us the opportunity, not commitment tonight, the opportunity to take advantage of efficiencies through that. One other thing I would say on the question about service here in the city is that's a decision we will make. Our representatives with council decision can decide, do we need someone here locally, which services make the most sense to share with this interlocal. So any question is on the table for us to make the best use of.
All right. Okay.
So, wow, I got turned up. I'll just try and keep this in comment format and expect no answers to these. How do we as citizens ensure that there are cost separations? If American Fork's costs go up, how do we know that that's not levied against us and that we're not subsidizing it? Currently, American Fork Fiber, they do have a current system. I appreciate Joel. I think it was you that brought that up. But American Fork Fiber currently is in pretty bad shape. They currently, in 2017, their actual revenues were $144,000 in 2017. This is right off of AF's website, by the way. Anybody can go check this out. And their total expenditures for that year were $362,000. So 144 brought in, 362 went out on the current network of the city we're looking at partnering with. So we can separate Light Hub out for a minute and just realize we are partnering, they are looking at partnering with American Fork, somebody who has a fiber network that's currently heavily underwater. So in 2018, their figures look like $287,000 revenues. But we have to keep in mind, in that, they had $150,000 sale of capital assets. So they really, operationally, only brought in $100,000 in 2018. $287,000 went out. In 2019, they had $403,000 that came in, but we have to keep in mind on that one that $250,000 was transferred from their general fund in there to subsidize the fiber network. So out of that $403,000, $250,000 was a general fund transfer to bolster it, the way I see it. And so they had a net a net in the hole of $250,000 coming forward or projected in 2019. So American Fork, I'm not trying to bash on them, but their fiber is underwater. And if you even look on American Fork's website, you can see in their own words that they do believe that Light Hub, their next level of fiber, will help clear up their bad debts and their current bad fiber project. That's their words, not mine. So there's many things in this agreement that I don't appreciate. I think this agreement is far too binding. I think this council is moving extremely too fast on it. And I would like to ask each council member, have you read it word for word? All of it. By show of hands, who has read the agreement word for word? That's scary. You're looking at, you gave a half hand raise. You've read, okay, give me, okay, quickly, this is important. By show of hands, does anyone, who would allow me one more minute of your time? You're giving them power to borrow. Do you even know what you're giving up, council? You're giving them power to share its revenues with other counties. That's 7.1.7, if anyone wants to look into it.
Councilmember Adams, we have set rules. 3 minutes, you're over your time. Other people are waiting, okay? Thank you. All right. All right. Councilmember Barber, whose turn was it next? Going.
Yeah, is this going? Yeah, I have read every word, but there is an order to things for a reason. Everyone, every council member and every person who talked has a right to speak without being challenged or ad hominem attacks. Yes, I have read every word of the agreement. And to me, it makes sense. I mean, we're isolated the assets and liabilities of each city. Will never be responsible for anything American Fork does or does not do. That's clearly in, if you'd actually read the agreement and what it says, it's clearly there. People could disagree. But it does give the opportunity to reduce expenses overall and realize some gains, which has always been, I think my goal is, if you're going to do something like this, you need to do it smart and efficiently and realize the efficiencies that are there. So I do believe, I understand people can disagree with me. I'm not an attorney either, but in my assessment, those risks are unfounded. You know, it clearly states that the assets and liabilities are separate, and that one city is not responsible for the other city's assets and liabilities. So that's why, and again, this is not a decision to move forward with the project, but if the decision is made to move forward with the project and at some point bonding is there, why wouldn't we want to lower our expenses when we can? Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick one. Last Thursday I was in Planning Commission in here. It's terrible. You guys having a hard time hearing? It just echoes really bad, doesn't it? That's probably part of it. the thing is I know that Kaysville's been involved with UAMPS for a long time. And I know of the great benefit that UAMPS provides for our electrical company. And I would not suggest ever that Kaysville tries to do something this big without having other people that has experience as well, and then you work together and you share costs and everything. I just think that it's on this particular thing, it's a no-brainer. As long as we're not, responsible for other people's debts, which it doesn't seem to me that it is. And I guess that's where I'm coming from. I think that there's a benefit to this. It'll be a benefit to Kaysville to go into this. We don't go into something that we don't have an experience in. And that's my view on this.
Thank you. All right. All right, we will go to a vote. No, we don't generally do that. All right. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to a vote. Go ahead. Okay. Motion dies for lack of a second. You can just go to a substitute motion. Motion dies for lack of a second. All right, we're going to go to a vote. Councilmember Page. Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. All right, we're next going to go to service agreement between Kaysville City and Interlocal Agency of Light Hub Communications Agency. Shane.
Mayor, just really briefly, this service agreement is an agreement between Kaysville City and Light Hub. If we have now chosen to be part of that interlocal, this establishes a relationship with us. It gives us the flexibility to do many things like that we discussed tonight, including bonding within the interlocal, or even as a city if we'd like to still do that. So this is an agreement that's necessary if we do choose to act that way. And of course, we have the same individuals here that are here to answer questions.
All right, thank you. All right, now we're going to go to public comment. Same rules apply. You get 3 minutes, and I'm strict on the 3 minutes. And it's first person to speak will be Nephi Harvey.
You guys just put the cart so far in front of the horse on this that you've wrecked. The horse is sitting there broken-legged, and you've got to shoot it now. This is amazing. I can't believe that we just saw you guys vote for the cart before the horse on this. I'm just astonished. I'm appalled at you. I will never vote for any of you again on anything, period. Nothing. This is appalling what you have just done. I am astonished. You have not listened to anybody here. You're not listening until now, and you're going to shut them down now. You're going to shut up free speech. I'm appalled at you, Mayor. You're a terrible mayor. You stated, Mrs. Mayor, you stated in your recent campaign video, number one, and I'm quoting.
You need to stick to this item.
Number one, I am quoting, I'm sticking directly to this. You stated in your recent campaigning video, your words, number one, don't look to big government to solve all your problems for you. You can figure it out. I agree with you. You're right. Spot on. Dead on. Hit the nail right on the head. And look at you now. This is appalling. And I've got 1:49 to say it more. This is appalling. This is atrocious what you've done. You're leading this ringleader of doing this. The cart's out in front of the horse. You've just voted for this. You haven't even got a bond in front of it. You're sitting there grinning like a cat. This is appalling. You haven't listened to a word that anybody said here tonight. Not one single word. You put him down every time he asks questions that are reasonable. You guys are appalling. I'm astonishingly, this is awful.
Paul Waldrop. Guys, I know this is a really emotional meeting. I know that feelings are high. But if we if we allow everybody to shout out from the audience and we make other people uncomfortable. There was a suggestion, if you would like to clap or something, you can do this. You can wiggle your fingers to show appreciation, okay? But we really need like that. Thank you. All right? But please do not boo or clap. Mr. Waldrop.
Have you all ever heard of what's called groupthink? Groupthink is a principle that people get involved with a committee and somebody comes up with an idea, like the mayor who actually helped institute this in Longmont, Colorado back in '96, which, by the way, took $43 million bond and several bankruptcies, and it took almost 10 or 15 years, I can't remember exactly at this point, but a number of years before it could be instituted, and it was a great loss. And groupthink is when somebody comes up with an idea and everybody jumps on and they look at all the positives and they ignore all the negatives and all the possibilities and all the loopholes and all the things that are going to create greater problems. And so, as I have said before, I'm not at this point a proponent or an opponent. I'm a, hey, wait a minute, why don't we take some time to make sure that we have the right lineup and the facts in place. Make sure that we doubly check. If we had our attorneys, or do you represent Kaysville, sir? Okay, so are you looking after our interests? Okay, what was that you said? Okay, never mind. The point is that this council, I really fail to see the value in 5 of you who are obviously in favor of this, pushing this through instead of having a vote. I care about what people think, and there's been things I don't like. There's been people elected I don't like. But if I know the majority has voted, I will get behind and do what it takes to help. Now, whatever y'all have done, and I'm just learning this week, you haven't marketed this, you haven't communicated it, you haven't presented it in a way that people feel confident about it. And all I have asked since every time I've got up here is for y'all to just slow down. Let's, I'd like to see some real science and some valid science before we just ram this thing through. And I don't get why we have to do that so quickly. And is it a good idea? Maybe. Have you convinced me? No. You've convinced me that I need to stand up and try and be a voice of reason. And I don't want to get involved with politics. I want to go fishing. And I guess I'll just leave you all with that.
David Bowman. Zane Larson.
Thank you all for each question you asked. It was very enlightening. That reaffirms my concern that you're obviously going to proceed forward with things when you still have such basic questions to be asked. I don't know if it's just to put a show on for us, but that's what it seems. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Zane. All right, open it up to questions. Let's do reverse alphabetical order this time. So that is...
I don't think I have a question at this time.
I don't think I have a question either, but somewhere in here, I hate to do this, and maybe I can go through again, but when I have this annoying habit of when I read everything word for word, I pick up little typos, And so there are just a couple of typos, so maybe if a third party could read through that. The question is, could we have somebody after the fact look through the agreements and just make sure there's no typos?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
This question is for Laura, I think. While you're coming up, I'll ask her. If you can, just specify how this service contract is different than the interlocal.
Gladly.
The specific piece.
Hello. The service contract is the agreement that provides the mechanism, as we talked about before, that if you decide to issue bonds under the interlocal, then they will look to the provisions of that service contract as to the revenue flow off of which the Kaysville debt will be issued. So it will be, if issued under Light Hub, the bonds would say something, the title of the bonds would say something to the effect, Light Hub Interlocal Cooperative, Kaysville City, Fiber Utility, whatever bonds. So this document provides that direction, as well as the shared services, as I understand it. That one I could be a little bit wrong on. Yes? Yes. Uh-huh.
Councilmember Adams.
More questions about Light Hub. You know, is Light Hub going to handle the contracting of the construction then? Who can answer this question? Todd Marriott, where are you? Todd, is Light Hub going to handle the contracting of the construction of the projects, the physical construction?
Could you come to the microphone, please?
My understanding is that if...
I want a straight answer, not an understanding.
I'm sorry, let me finish, then we'll see if my answer's straight. So my understanding is once you decide to go forward...
I'm over here, it's my question.
Once you decide to go forward, that you would then, your executive director and your board would form committees respective to the different events, construction, project management, engineering, and RFP bids would be issued on a competitive bid process, much like the city, it happens in the city. Those bids would be reviewed, selected, and then if Kaysville, for example, had decided that they wanted to do their construction or look at doing the construction in commonality, then that would be something they could look. If a vendor came forward and said, we're not interested in doing it in common, but we could give Kaysville a heck of a deal, that decision could still be made. Much like Joel and Laura said up here tonight, there's a great deal of flexibility on how these decisions can be made so it's best for Kaysville and American Fork and or both combined.
Okay, thank you. So if they're not going to be handling the construction, then how come in Article 10 it talks about giving Light Hub all of our right-of-ways? Why do I as a city council member need to give the right-of-ways, all of our right-of-way, access to all of our right-of-ways to Light Hub if I'm going to construct it as Kaysville City?
What's common in an interlocal, so as to avoid delays, is once you join an interlocal, those franchise agreements, right-of-ways, those are common things that you want to make sure don't impede your ability to construct.
Okay, so who's going to build the
So
net?
if you're a part of the interlocal, by default, then your construction companies, when they came on board, as were selected, either in a common pursuit or individually, what would ever be best for your city, they would then have the ability to use those right-of-ways in conjunction with your city's design and engineering.
Okay, so in the same article, Article 10, 10.2 says approval to build the network. And this is, it says each member shall allow LightHub to build the network in its boundaries, including the granting of any necessary excavation permits. So, Mr. Marriott, whose understanding are you operating under? This document's understanding or your understanding when you answered my question?
So let's operate under the understanding of the document that you just have in front of you. In effect, now you are LightHub. And so, as Joel and Laura have explained tonight repeatedly, any decisions made in terms of your bond, your city, are made specifically by your board member and by your city, because that's part of the debt and your monies. Those monies are, in effect, you are now LightHub. And so you're operating from both. You're operating from the interlocal, being LightHub. American Fork is not going to come and tell you, the city, how to use your construction money, because that's specific to you.
Okay. 10.9, separate agreements. LightHub may from time to time enter into separate agreements with members and or municipalities which comply with Section 1018-105 of Utah Code. When a member avails itself of any side agreement between LightHub and another member, said payments shall pass through LightHub to the other member and shall constitute revenues and or excess revenues. Now, yes, revenues and excess revenues are very well defined. This document definitely talks about or insinuates the profitability of LightHub and what to do with those monies. And over in the service agreement we're talking about here, or the CEO's agreement, the powers of the CEO, it gives the CEO the power to approve such expenditures made for an official LightHub business, provided such expenditures are within the appropriations contained within the appropriate budget as adopted by the Board of Directors. Now, Mr. Marriott, a bit of a personal question for you. You've been in the industry before.
Were you asking a question on that first?
That was leading into this. So having said that, you've been in the industry before as a CEO of a network that has a different model, but is very similar to what's being proposed here. Are you planning on being a part of LightHub?
So I would make the correction that Utopia is not similar, only in that it's an interlocal. And I could outline for you again how it's significant.
Similar with a different model is what I said.
No, it's not similar with a different model.
Okay, well, would you just mind answering the question? It's a simple question, yes or no. Are you planning on staying on board and being involved with LightHub?
LightHub only has your board of directors.
Again, yes or no?
Executives. So I have nothing.
Time's up.
Well, you know what, Councilman Adams, it's
You seem to
difficult
be
for anybody
deflecting and not
your
wanting to
questions
answer
because
it.
you don't allow them to answer it. So if you'd allow an answer, I'll
It's yes
give
or no. No, we can allow time for your answer. Is it yes or no? Are you planning on staying on board with LightHub?
It is yes or no. It may be yes, it may be no. That's a direct answer to your question.
You have not broke your fashion tonight.
I believe
Good
it's,
job.
it's our decision.
But
It's our
Mayor, I
decision.
think it would be
Thank you.
important to point just one thing that I haven't heard brought up tonight in terms of the interlocal and the service agreement. In that, the way Kaysville approaches this is that all your funds that you will collect in terms of if there was a utility fee or not, and or revenues that would be collected from those that would use the system and upgrade it in any other fashion, that's collected by Kaysville and remitted to the interlocal. So there isn't going to be sent from Kaysville extra money that would be then considered additional net revenue. Anything that's not an obligation from a debt standpoint or an operational requirement is not then remitted to the interlocal, but held back at Kaysville.
All right, thank you. All right, we've had questions, we had comments. Have we had a motion?
We haven't had a motion yet.
I think I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the service agreement between Kaysville City and interlocal agency of LightHub Communications Agency.
It's been moved by Councilmember Garn and seconded by Councilmember DeCare. Now we go to comments. Let's go with Councilmember Garn.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to make one comment regarding, a comment that was made by Mr. Harvey that, we're putting the cart before the horse. Just in my mind, agree or disagree, if we were to go forward and all points, and then later, because we're not even talking about the bond at this point, then that's when the decision becomes final. And I can see the point that maybe it looks like we're, but that's why I asked the question earlier on the first item, that if we decided not to go forward for some reason, what happens to what we're doing right now? And essentially, if you don't go all the way, it just goes away. So this isn't the decision whether to move forward yet, or exactly what that will look like, but rather it's a decision that if we did go forward, it makes sense to have an interlocal agreement in order to reduce costs.
All right. Other comments? Councilmember Adams.
I mean, I can try and begin to understand, Councilmember Garn, the sentiment of what you just said, but for anybody with a set of eyes that see and a set of ears that hear, it's very well apparent what's going on here. It is quite disgusting that here on the just minutes after the first real public hearing. By the way, this is really the first. Were you at the other? When was the other one, sir? Those are not public hearings, sir. Those are town hall. Those are social gatherings. This is a legal public hearing that was held from 6:30 to 7:30. Well, to 7 with an extension. Okay. This is the first public hearing on the matter, and on the heels of that, we've just agreed to couple ourselves with a city, no offense to American Fork, that is riddled with debt. Maybe they're handling that debt just fine. I don't know, but they're very excited, I'm sure, on their side of it. Because out of this deal, they get us to share in all the costs of their Fiber 1.0 project. Okay? They already have fiber down there. It's failing miserably, as I stated earlier. They get us to help bear the cost of their current infrastructure. Of course, they want us desperately. I want to speak to quickly 8.1 in responsibilities of Light Hub. Reimbursement resolution. Okay, forgive me for anyone who's just like, boy, we're tired of hearing about this document, Councilmember Adams, but this is a big deal. Light Hub may reimburse the members from bond proceeds for any payment to Light Hub prior to the issuance of the bonds or any other expenses incurred by Light Hub or its members as approved by the Board of Directors. The Board of Directors intends to reimburse each member from the proceeds of initial bonds. Now, I'll stand to be corrected, but my interpretation of that, Joel, as you're looking down, smiling there, is that means that any expenses incurred by us or American Fork prior to the issuance of the bond will be reimbursed out of the bond proceeds. For example, Kaysville approved $200,000. This council gave themselves $200,000 to go out and spend to prepare this measure for the ballot. That was July 2nd, 2019. And in that meeting, they also said, on top of specifically telling the residents that money is being requested and approved for the sole purpose of preparing this for the ballot. Okay, it was also said that those monies would be reimbursed from the fiber project, that the general fund would be reimbursed out of fiber if it ever happened. And of course, if it never happened, that money was just spent. So am I to understand, Joel, that's what this means? Those kind of expenses will be reimbursed? If you don't want to answer, that's fine. I'll continue my comment and close it. I believe that's what it's for. How much expense does American Fork have? Now, I get there's going to be a separation, that we're not commingling their debts with our debts. But I doubt there'll be a separation when they have a $400,000 repair, okay, and we don't, and they need help, and somehow the costs get commingled on that.
Thank you.
I think we had a question.
I was just going to, Joel. Right there. I'm waving at it right now. Hello, everyone on YouTube. Joel, did you have anything to add on that?
I've allowed, yeah.
You can sit down.
Yeah. I'm sorry. He was attacked. He was attacked from the dais. So.
My feelings don't matter.
All right.
I was laughing at the text from my daughter.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It was not laughing about you.
Thanks, Todd.
Okay. All right. Any other comments on this?
Just a point of order. Maybe I've been misinterpreting this, but in earlier council meetings, the rules to have only questions during the question period don't mean that you can't ask a question in the comment period. So it's still okay to, but.
I have allowed that in the past, but apparently that's now no longer possible. I'm sorry, Councilmember Barber. All right, let's go on. So we have had a motion, we have had comments, we are going to a vote, and it's Councilmember Garn. Go ahead.
Sorry guys, I'll offer a substitute motion that we table the item for, I'd say for 20 days to be able to further review the service agreement.
Motion dies for lack of a second. All right, we're going to go to a vote. So Councilmember Garn. Go ahead.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. All right, next we are going to an ordinance creating a fiber utility department. Shane.
Mayor, City Council, this item is pretty self-explanatory. This is the, if you've looked at your packet, this is the ordinance creating the fiber utility department. It would establish this department much like our other enterprise funds such as water and power. And we've used the ordinances that have been established for them in a very similar manner in this regard. So we're here for questions.
Just a minute. We're going to have a public comment sheet here. Thank you. All right, first person we have is Mike Flood. I can't remember.
Is it all right?
Generally, no.
Well, then I'll let her speak.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's not how we do it. She can stand right next to you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But she needs to speak to one particular council member.
I wish he would speak because I'm not good at this. But in June, I came to the open house. I talked to you, Michelle, and you said it was going to a vote. And I said, oh, y'all will never let it go to vote. And you said, yes, it will, I promise. I'm just so disappointed. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Nephi Harvey.
This is not a public utility. Every argument that I've seen, every argument that I've heard from people, you can't justify it's a public utility. It is not a road. It does not function as a road. It is not mandatory like a road. It is an option. I have the option right now at my house to either have internet or don't have internet. Somebody mentioned earlier tonight, would you have your water or your internet turned off? Turn off my internet first. It's not a utility. would you have your internet or your electricity turned off? No question. No question. And in fact, earlier this year, the city turned off my electricity for 15 minutes without warning me during a meeting and turned my internet off because of it. Okay? It's not a mandatory utility, and it's not right for you to call it a mandatory utility. I just can't even understand that argument. I can't fathom how you guys have continually made that argument to us and others have. It's not a library. It's not a road. It's not water. It's not garbage. Okay, it is sewer. I'll give you that. It's sewer. It's garbage. Okay? This is not a utility. It just simply isn't. You can't make an argument that it is. Going backwards on the vote that you just passed, a couple of questions here that I'm just going to, in my final minute and a half here. How big is this utility going to be? Do you even know? Do you have any idea at this time? 2.5 days we've had this documentation and you're voting on it today. You, by your own admission, haven't even read it word for word yet. That's appalling. That's just horrible. By your own admission. How's it going to be funded? Is it still a, what was the word Shane used 2 weeks ago when it was sprung on us? An off-the-books bond? Is that still the case? Haven't heard it said tonight, so I think he was prepped better tonight. Good on that. How are we not bolstering and building on and helping American Fork City out of this when they're struggling? We've heard the data tonight. It's nice to have some data. Thank you, Councilman Adams, for bringing data to the table. Data and numbers that are solid instead of fuzzy, fluffy, wonderful stuff that you love to put on the website. This is not a utility. Pause. Rethink this, review it, and let's get everything on the table before you make another step. You've got 2 more times tonight to try and make this right. Just tonight, please, make an attempt.
Thank you. Jana Whitaker.
I'm really sad by what I've seen here tonight. We opened this meeting with prayer. You asked us to say amen to things. I recall another council meeting that I am aware of where there were plans presented. And I have a really good friend who gave and devoted his entire life, everything he had, so that we could have agency. And then there was someone else that gave us a plan that takes away our agency, but he knew it was good for everyone. He'd studied it. He had all the information. He had it all. And he decided, and he would go, and he would tell us all what's best for us. But you know, I'm glad that I had the courage then to stand up for the plan that allows agency. And I'm wondering, is there anyone other than Dave Adams on this council who can stand up for what's right? I don't know yet if fiber is good for this city or not. Guess what? Most of the people here, everyone, those for it and those against, have said the same thing. They don't know. Would it really hurt for us to table things, take it slow, allow the citizens to be represented, to be heard, to do what you were elected to do? Who are you serving? Really, who do you serve? Because I know it is not my friends.
Thank you. Paul Waldrop.
You know, this has been probably one of the most aggravating and frustrating meetings I've ever attended. I'm sitting here looking at DeCare. I know Michelle and Jake. I'm looking at U5. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at U5, and what I see is 5 very, very irritated and 5 very angry people, and you're angry at Dave. because Dave's been a little bit of a voice of dissension saying, hey, I need to look at this, and we need to really understand what this means. And then I look at how you look at everybody out here, all these dissenters. You know, I get a dirty look for you. And you're looking at them like you have no respect. I don't know if I'm supposed to come past this. No respect and no consideration and no courtesy for these people that voted y'all in. That's my southern talk. And all I've got to say is where do you get the right when you have a responsibility to make sure everything's lined out and in order? From what I've read, and I've tried to do some unbiased research, I still got 3 minutes. Look at that. I'll try and keep it short. You have every responsibility to look at the failures, understand the failures, and not let it happen here. You have every responsibility to figure out what the successes are, and they turn it around and make it a success here and use it. But everything that I've been able to research, they don't even know what's causing the failure at this point. So we can't, avoid it because we're not sure what it is. And everybody's saying, well, after 5 years, you can't look at it for 5 years and expect it to be a success. But at the same time, this is, we all get together and we pay for this thing, and it's not going to hurt anybody too much. But we could do some really bad things and some wrong things. And the only thing, and I've asked several times, is just, hey, let's just take a step back, look at these contracts and see the implications. I think I heard Dave say it's like 2 days ago, or even if it was a week ago. Not everybody has to understand it, but enough of us have to understand it to feel good about it. And that's all I want to do is, I've been a vagabond for most of my life. I quit school with a 9th grade education, and I got myself educated and went in the Marine Corps, and I found a way. And what I do know is just, there's times you got to duck your head and be the bull and go through the china cabinet and get to the other side. And that was one of the first things I learned in life, is don't let them whip you. And the second thing I learned in life is learn when not to fight, learn when not to resist, learn when to talk about it and think about it and make it part of our success as a community. And you all sitting there being angry at us because we're not happy with this and that and the other, that's not going to work. You can cram it down our throats because you're the city council, and then we're going to figure something out, and we're going to fight and all this stuff, but we're not working together. Y'all are not considering what we're saying. Y'all aren't being part of us. And we're not being part of you. And that's not the way this is supposed to work. We're supposed to work this out. And it's not by forcing anybody to do anything. And I'm done. Thank you again.
Scott R. Godfrey.
I'm Scott Godfrey. I live at 485 South 50 East in Kaysville. And I just want you to know that I'll be dead by the time this bond is paid off, as will most of you in this room. We'll all be dead. Now, if this were for something that was important like electricity, I would be willing to bond. If it were as important as water, I would be willing to bond. If it were as important as roads, I would be willing to bond. This is not a utility. This is not a utility. This is a nice thing to have. And we have enough nice things to have. So I encourage you, please, think carefully. Most of you will all be dead by the time this is paid off, and you will not have to pay any of the consequences for your actions. You'll all be voted out, and someone else will take your place and will inherit your mistakes. Thank you.
Zane Larson.
Sorry you have to keep hearing me. most of my points have been addressed multiple times. I would like to actually, which is kind of an odd position, to admonish the council the appearances, what it looks like to the regular citizen. Now for me, I operate on the belief, and it's reinforced that when I'm out there knocking doors all week long, that most people are not involved in politics. They don't want to be, and I think tonight's a good example of that. Why? And I am literally being your guys' voice at the door, telling them for the first time that they've ever heard about the fiber project. And you're just about ready to, well, not ready, you're already with the ball rolling, things are going on, things are well in motion, and they're like, well, what's your position? Well, what's their counter arguments? What's the justifications? And I'm having to present that, which, it's not a bad position to be in, but it's really telling. People don't know. Sending out mailers that look like spam mail, people just toss it. That there needs to be the pause. It has the appearance like, oh look, fiber utility department. Is that why we're expanding City Hall so we can have more employees to pay and have more debt? I mean, this appearance. I'm not saying you are. No one take it that way. But it's the appearances. When I was on my LDS mission, we were supposed to avoid the appearances of evil. And I'm trying to tell you that people take it that way very easily. And they're probably the most likely ways to take that. And, so you need to be careful with that. And that's why people are saying pause. There's so many of our citizens here and residents that have no clue whatsoever. What they care about is why the city cut down the trees in front of the yard, or why the street is painted with double lines and they have to break the law to park in their own driveway. I mean, that's what they're really caring about. And this information for the biggest bond hasn't even gotten to so many of them. That's the wake-up call. That's what that coalition is trying to do, and I support them. Thank you.
David Saunders.
Almost a decade ago, an east wind came to Kaysville and took down overhead lines in much of the city. I was without power for 4 days. 4 days. Burying the power line appears to be too expensive for the power company, or the power utility, I should say, whose budget appears to be about 16 times what we're asking for the fiber utility. It appears to be too expensive for them to bury the power lines because they don't want to give me uninterrupted power. Another east wind is going to come, or some drunk is going to run into another power pole, and I will be without power again. What is the cost to bury the power lines in Kaysville? Have any of you done the math?
We need to stick to the item on the agenda.
This is the item on the agenda, trust me, okay? Never led you wrong before. We don't know the cost to bury the power lines, and yet we are going to incur a large cost to bury fiber lines. Now, I've done a little math myself. I'm not privy to all the numbers that the City Council should be privy to, and there's about a $5 million cost to do so, according to my calculations. So, why is it that power, which is unarguably more of a utility than fiber, why is that not being treated before we come up with a fiber utility? We already have one utility that can't service my needs. Why do I need another one?
Thank you. Jason Sanders.
Thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it. I think most of us do. I was in a meeting on on Sunday, and we were talking about the Neighborhood Emergency Preparedness Plan. And this cute old couple were talking about, they set up in zones, they said this is what we're going to do, this is who's going to help, they said this is what's going to happen when our critical utilities go out, like electricity and water. And so then I said, well, what about if our network connectivity goes out as well? And everyone in the room laughed. And I said, no, it's true, right? Kaysville City has just labeled this as a critical utility to have connectivity fiber. They didn't believe me, but it's interesting that everyone in the room laughed, right? I mean, we all get it. Power, water, sewer, they're critical. You look at the Utah State Code, over and over again in there, there's sections on utilities. Sections on utilities. Guess what it says? Sewer, power, electricity, fiber's not there. You talk to prominent members, there's some in our community that I've talked to that are in the state legislature. There is a candidate for governor in town tonight. And guess what they say? This is not a utility. They say this is a bad idea. Why? They've seen what's happened in other communities, not just in Utah, but across the country. Over and over again, these utilities, they don't work. There's one that has, Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's been used as a glowing example of why this works. Why did it work? They got a $111 million grant from the U.S. government. That sounds like a great idea, right? I mean, this would be great if we got a $111 million grant to fund fiber. I don't think that's on the table tonight. So I just wanted to mention that we should, and I'd hope the city council would just take a pause. There's a lot of different opinions about whether this is right or wrong. We need to have a third party take a peek under the covers and say, be a devil's advocate. Have we dotted our I's? Have we crossed all the T's in this whole program? Have we asked someone to say, hey, what did we miss? We're putting up $30 million on the citizens of Kaysville, which is, for a sense of scale, that's double our annual budget. It would behoove us as a city to wonder, have we crossed those T's? Have we dotted those I's? What are we missing? And if the answer is you're missing nothing, fantastic. Because if it's right today, it'll be right next week, it'll be right next month, it'll be right in 2 months. But it would be really good for Kaysville, for the citizens, for the city council to say, we did everything we could to find the problems with this. We found none. Let's move forward. And if we find some, let's figure out what they are, work through them, or say, look, we found some problems. It's not quite as good as we thought. But I think that would make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Lever.
So I've been involved with this as long as the public has been having meetings, and that included the open houses back in June. Open houses, which I believed at the time were meant to be used to communicate with the citizens and get feedback whether or not this should even move forward and how would be the preferred method if it did. At that meeting, I was told by, again, multiple council members and the mayor at the time that this was still an open book and that there were things going on and we could give feedback. However, later in that meeting, I was told by the mayor that it doesn't matter, this is how we've decided we're going to do it. I was about to leave the meeting, and I was followed out, and I was asked why I was opposed to this. And I said, first of all, I'm not opposed. But I said, I don't think our priorities are straight. And I will get to this. We're talking about creating a fiber utility department. At those meetings and in subsequent meetings, I brought up part of my frustration with this is that I think there are parts and there are departments in our city that are absolutely critical infrastructure that are being neglected. We were told that we need, because of our response time, some type of emergency response and fire department in the west side of Kaysville. When I brought that up repeatedly, one time I was not so politely told to be quiet as I was listing my list of grievances for why I was not a fan of fiber network in the city. And I was finally let to talk about it. I brought up the fire department on the west side. And in subsequent discussions with Councilmember Page, the mayor, Councilmember Garn, and Councilmember Barber, I was told that it's a great idea to have a fire department and emergency response on the west side of the Kaysville. The problem I was told is that that probably would be cheaper and less expensive if we had interlocal agreements with our neighbors. And the problem I was told with interlocal agreements was that those can take years to figure out. And yet here we are. The council was given a packet about this interlocal agreement that would lead to us creating a new fiber utility department that was 70-plus pages 2 days ago. And here we are, Thursday, and we're creating interlocal agreements. I would suggest this: before we create a fiber utility department, we build our critical infrastructure for our fire department on the west side, and then come back to our interlocal agreement with the cities that are in American Fork and Utah County. I think that would be reasonable. Let's get the interlocal agreement done with the fire department on the west side before we move on to creating a new utility department. And I say this as somebody not living on the west side. I live on the east side of Kaysville.
Jacob Willoughby.
I just wanted to come here. I've been a Kaysville resident all of my life, so I've lived here for 32 years. I got married 9 years ago and moved to Kaysville. So I've lived here for 8 years, and my wife and I, we were looking for a 30-year home when we moved here. That's what we were looking for, and that's why we're here in Kaysville. And I have to tell you the experience, mostly related to fiber utility departments, with Comcast over the past 7 years. When I moved in, I had an agreement with Comcast, no contract, $60 a month payment. Over the next 6 years, my payment slowly went to $70, then to $80 for the same fees. And I was like, what going? You're giving me the same service and you're charging me the same, and you keep raising the service. So then I called them up and I said, I want the original service that I had, and I want to pay the original amount that I had. So they bumped me back down to the $60 a month, and now it's happening again. They're slowly bumping up my fees over and over again. So my opinion on this, and I have read all of the literature that has been publicly available about the fiber department. I have a master's in electrical and computer engineering. I've been working in the Internet of Things industry for over 10 years. And my opinion is that Kaysville has done a super solid job in vetting everything that could go wrong with the fiber project. I have looked at what has gone wrong in all of the other communities. I've read what has gone wrong in the Denver or in the Colorado area. And I think that Kaysville has addressed all of the problems that could go wrong with the fiber project. And I think they have done an excellent job in vetting everything. Now, I think that some of the points that were super excellent, and the only thing that I wish I could get is fiber faster. That's the only thing that I want to my home. I am super frustrated with Comcast. I am super frustrated with CenturyLink, which are the only options available. I'm trying to be angry, which seems to be the theme, so I hope it's coming across as angry. So what people don't realize is CenturyLink is still on a DSL technology, which is decades old. Okay, this fiber network it should have been put in years ago. We are so far behind, and we're falling behind because of it. I'm worried for my kids in the future that if we don't put in this fiber network, they won't be able to do their education properly for school. Our kindergarten teacher encouraged our kid to get online to further his education. She actually gave us a website for him to go to. And having fiber available to everybody in the city for $12 a month for everybody will benefit those that can't afford more. They will get that. That will be cheaper than anything else out there, said the nice gentleman who compiled an excellent spreadsheet that had every single internet provider out there. So I think this will help everybody. I think it can't come fast enough. And I'm probably in the minority here. So.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to questions from council. Okay, we're talking about the fiber utility department. And I am going to start with questions. Councilmember DeCare, you're right in the middle, alphabetically.
Questions concerning this?
On the utility.
Oh,
fiber
no.
utility.
No questions. I'm good.
Okay. Then we will go to Councilmember Barber.
Shane, this is probably a question for you. Can you speak to how the fiber department will operate independently from other departments or in conjunction with them within the city?
Yes. We have independent enterprise funds, as you know, power, water, sewer. They have the ability to transfer funds to the general fund. We don't do that in Kaysville, and aside from administrative reasons. And of course with Prop 5, that's limited that tremendously. We would treat this fund exactly the same way. All of these funds are audited on an annual basis. So the fiber funds are dedicated for the fiber utility. And later on tonight, we're addressing a resolution that would kind of outline how this council at least would like to potentially treat those funds even if that was in a different manner. But as far as staff goes, and generally accounting principles and the way that we do things in Kaysville and most cities, this utility department would be separate and completely autonomous.
What he said is that how the fiber utility will operate is similar to our power, water. They are each individual departments, and the money in that utility, it's an enterprise fund, so the money stays in that utility, correct?
Correct.
All right. Does that answer the question, Michelle? Carry on if you had another question.
Follow-up question, maybe use a different microphone when you answer, is just can you talk to the transparency that this department will have and the control that the city will have?
Well, this department, just like all of our departments, would be the budget. Hello? The budget for this department, like all of our budgets, goes through the budget process that the council establishes, so that would be no different. As I mentioned just barely, this department, like all our other departments, is audited on an annual basis. That audit is presented to the city council on an annual basis. That audit is approved, in theory, by the city council on an annual basis. I don't think we'd have anything above and beyond what we do with all of our other departments, but most of those things are dictated to us by state code, how we treat those departments, and this would be no different.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Barber? Okay, and we will go to Councilmember Adams.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start off by saying, are we in question mode? Okay. I question the comparisons about saying that fiber is equivalent to other utilities that you guys many a times have stated. You know, when the power company was formed in 1908, there were no other options in Kaysville for power. There are plenty of options for fiber or internet today in Kaysville. It's not a comparable. You can't say that, well, we're doing this, it's similar to the created power, it's as much needed as power was. No, it's not. Question, so in the recital section of the service agreement contract, and this does tie in whether you like it or not, number 4 says, pursuant to the interlocal act, the city joined Light Hub, the agreement this city just basically joined, to provide for the acquisition, construction, and installation of the telecommunication lines and cable television lines. So Light Hub is going to build the network. I just want to reiterate that again, right? Correct, Mayor? The entity of Light Hub is, this whole thing's going to be handed over to Light Hub.
And Light Hub is you, so yes. Yes, it
Light
will.
Hub, I'll tell you, that's the next bullet. Light Hub is a separate legal entity, politic, and corporate, and a political subdivision of the state of Utah. So it's a completely separate entity. And will we not have to share the powers and duties and rights with any city that comes and partners in? We won't have full control, correct?
I think that is a question for, just to make sure, Laura, sorry, come on forward. Is Laura the right person to ask, Shane?
You do have my time stopped, correct?
Yeah.
I apologize,
Right,
I
Dennis.
did not hear the question, so my apologies
Sorry
for
about
that.
I need to stop the time.
So, yeah, so we'll give myself back about a minute because you burned a lot there.
I apologize. What was the question?
We're talking about Light Hub being a separate legal entity.
Yes.
Okay, a completely separate political subdivision. How much power will we lose? No, I'm reiterating, don't take this off. I got about 2 minutes according to my clock. So we're talking about how much authority will the city lose by giving this up, giving authority over to Light Hub for this?
Authority to do what?
I understand we'll have a CEO and a board of directors who will provide input to Light Hub, but they too will have board of director members that will provide input.
Right.
Who will guide and direct Light Hub and the direction that it takes.
Right.
We will not have complete guidance over that direction, correct?
So similar to...
Just a simple yes or no. I'm really on a time crunch here. Yes or no?
I guess no. I mean,
Okay, thank you. Next one.
requires more explanation.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Due to time and the stringent rules we get put upon up here.
I have it, you asked me to, so. and
Okay.
She was answering.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll entertain
Like I
that.
always do.
You don't always do it. You just burn a minute of my
Yeah,
time.
I always have.
Fair enough. Well, let's move on anyway. There's some things. Why is it, this is a question for Joel. Joel, why is it that all of your appendixes that are constantly referenced in the document are blank? I can't put two and two together because all your appendixes are blank.
Because Light Hub doesn't exist yet.
Oh, it does now. So let's get those appendixes filled up.
Well, we've approved the interlocal. The
You don't understand our politics, Joel.
I don't.
Don't be rude.
That you're right.
I'm not being rude to Joel. I'm being rude to all of you.
No, you haven't hurt my feelings tonight. Don't worry. I work for you, so don't worry about that.
You don't work for me, Joel. Let's be clear.
See, that's none of us are king, and it's hard. We have to work through the
Okay,
system.
just want to point it out. The appendixes are empty. Every time you go to
Yeah,
refer to,
so-
and big items, by the way, your appendixes are empty.
Yeah, so okay.
It's okay, Joel, because I want to keep the time flowing for the folks as well. It talks about the interlocal act provides that the city may share, this is for you, the city may share their taxes or other revenue with one another for the purpose of accomplishing their objectives as set forth in the interlocal agreement. So cities can share their taxes and revenues with one another to fulfill their obligations.
Any money we put in comes from fees or taxes, essentially. So yeah.
Okay, next bullet, number 8. In order to assure that the city meets its obligations hereunder to Light Hub, the city desires to pledge its tax revenues to the limited extent provided herein in Exhibit D, which Exhibit D is blank, to accomplish the city's objective of providing connection services. Okay, so essentially, ladies and gentlemen, the council just, in my opinion, somewhat softly approved the bond. They just pledged. It's in here. This document's approved, folks. Okay? So, speak to that, Joel.
We actually finalized that today. It was up
You
to
finalized what today? Because I got this 2 days
amount
ago.
That was necessary. I know, yeah.
You finalized what today?
The amount.
What amount?
The up to amount. It's $915,000 in sales tax, $915,000 in franchise tax on an annual basis.
Annually.
Yeah. That's the pledge
So
amount.
Exhibit D is filled, but you failed to share it with me, or she did,
Yeah.
before the meeting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the max amount. We have to decide when you go to bond, and it'll come back in the council. Once again, it'll have that leash that you can extend or pull back. But that's the estimated amount that you'll need to pledge to get the amount that you will need to build the network.
Okay, but essentially, the bond is essentially softly approved. So people need to understand. This document says we just pledge.
There are multiple steps towards it. Yeah, this is one of those steps. I agree.
I'm glad you agree. You might lose your job for that. Be careful. The architect on the city lost his job for speaking inversely. How much time?
16 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to skip through some of the minutia, and I'm going to get to one. Mayor, stop the time for 1 minute, please, because I am in lieu of trying to speed it up. This is important to the people. They need to hear this. Okay, this is referenced earlier. Okay, so. Okay, the city, Joel, you've written, the city may bill and collect other charges for the use of its advanced communications infrastructure or contract with a third-party billing entity. So again there, folks, you're going to be calling Comcast essentially for your, not them directly, you're going to have some customer service center in Brazil to call. For all users who voluntarily agree to the same. Well, that's interesting. There's no voluntary agreement in the, that's very interesting wording there, Joel. These other charges may also be billed and collected with and as part of the monthly consolidated utility bill. The person responsible for the payment of the other charges shall be the same person responsible for payment of the Kaysville City electric utility, including Kaysville City buildings and other locations serviced with an electric utility bill. All such bills shall be rendered monthly and shall become due and payable in accordance with the rules and regulations adopted by the city pertaining to the collection of utility fees. In the event, this is the wake-up item here, residents, in the event a utility billing customer underpays his or her overall utility bill, all utility payments shall first be allocated to other charges and then to other utility charges. One more.
No, you're out of time.
It's in the same paragraph, Your Honor. It's in the same paragraph.
Dave,
utility fee and other charges, one sentence. They both shall be
and
one sentence.
I am sorry.
You're going to have to throw me out because I'm going to
over-
say it.
I
Throw
am
me out. Vote to throw me out then, because I'm going to read this sentence. They both shall be deemed a civil debt owed to Kaysville City. Failure to pay any portion of them or any other utility bill may result in the termination of utility service. You don't pay your fiber bill, they'll cut your power off.
That is true. All right. It is true. It is true. That is what is in, that is in there. But let's, so going back, yeah. All right. So, please wait. No, absolutely not. I want you here, and I want him here. I want all of you here, because we are, please stay. We would, all right. So have we made a motion yet? I can't remember. Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance creating fiber utility department.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember DeCare, seconded by Councilmember Garn. And now we will go to comments. Any comments? Comments? Councilmember Barber.
Our utility fee is really where the bulk of this discussion is and why we're really looking forward to continuing this discussion. So this is a preemptive step for the department first. So I'm really looking forward to this next agenda item.
All right. We're at comments on the motion. Any? All right, let's go to a vote. Councilmember Barber.
I motion to table the item again for 2 weeks for further review.
Motion fails for lack of a second. All right, we'll go back to the original motion, which is to pass the ordinance creating a fiber utility department. Councilmember DeCare. Okay, motion passes 4-1. Thank you. All right. Shane.
Mayor, City Council, the fourth item on your action items list is a resolution establishing a fiber utility fee. Now that there is a ordinance created, the department, the next step, if we choose to proceed, would be to create the utility fee. And we believe this is ready to be adopted, and of course we think there's a lot of discussion to have on this item tonight, so we're here to help.
All right. Thank you. And now, before we go to public comment, I want to do something a little bit different, and that is that as we've been talking and discussing with our residents, there's a piece that we're just not comfortable with. And our technical advisory committee has been working with members in the community, and I want to allow Councilmember Barber to suggest something.
There's no change to the agenda. So this particular item is, thankfully, thank you to those who are still here, where we want to say, yes, we have heard from you. Yes, we've heard from our cities throughout this process, and we're thankful. We're looking towards this, that residents want to have a choice. They want to have the way to vote and choose what they get to do in this regard. And something I'm really proud of from our city is they care about themselves, but they also care about their neighbor. They want to make sure their neighbor's choice isn't made for them either. And so the recommendation we have right now is to hold off on this part, to do some more discovery, to find out a different way to go about this. We're looking at a way that we can change this to still gets the highest benefit to our residents with the least risk possible. That's always been the idea of our utility fee, but also gives people the choice. They get to choose if they want this in their home and if they don't, before we start our construction process. So that we're going into this just like a lot of people asked. We know who is going to be using this service before we start, before we take out a bond, before we start construction. And this will work because we realize residents deserve this choice. This is the way a survey can be able to say, each resident will be able to identify, yes, I want this, or I'm going to opt out. I'm going to take me out of this process. And the rest of the residents who are benefiting from this service have fiber in their homes. They will pay a slightly increased amount to cover this same infrastructure. But I think it's a cost that we're all willing to say that's worth what we value, and that is choice. That's what we heard all day today. And we feel like this is a great proposal that we have, that we've heard, that we can still go forward with and retain what seems the very most important to all of us.
Thank you. And so what we're saying, what we're thinking of is voting on a hyper-local basis. You get to opt out. We are looking at allowing an opt-out period before we ever go to bond, so that we will really have a good idea of who wants this and who doesn't. If 51% of our population opts out, then that means our community doesn't want this, right? It is not based on income.
Not based on anything.
It is not based on income. It is what matters to you before we go to bond. Okay? And so, full opt-out, no utility fee, zero utility fee. Yes, yes, yes. What we're going to do is we're going to have public comment on this right now. But I think what we want to do is we want to table this. We're going to table this item.
Mayor,
Go ahead, please.
It might make sense before you open public comment to entertain a motion to extend the meeting beyond 10.
Thank you.
I'll motion that we extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, so appreciate that. Councilmember Barber, do you want to say anything more?
The great part of this approach is we know the costs. We know what this is going to require of our city. We know we've had feasibility studies, we've had different bids. That will be borne by those who want to use the service. And the scenario that we have, the worst case scenario, is that your $10 utility fee becomes $20. That is the worst case scenario. If it ever needed to go beyond that, we would just not do the project. And that way, we're able to, thank you, Jason. So, LightHub still is a source for us to maximize efficiency and keep these rates as low as possible and expedite this process, so it's separate. I am absolutely in favor of tabling this part so we can communicate better with our residents, so we can get out this message and we can get the data that we need.
Okay, and given that, I will now open public comment. And the first person I have listed is Chad Smith.
You stole my thunder. I'm Chad Smith. I'm a fiber optics specialist. I've been in the industry for 20. How's that? Okay. So my name is Chad Smith. I'm a fiber optic specialist. I've been in the broadband industry for the last 24 years. I've been involved in every major fiber optic build in the state, from iProvo to Utopia to the city of Spanish Fork and to all the independent telephone companies around the state. I refused a position on the TAC because I have a conflict of interest, but I've occasionally watched what you guys are doing, and I've tried to give you some nudges in the right direction when I feel you're going the wrong way, because this is my backyard. I know how fiber needs to be built. I know the mistakes that have been made in this state, and I want to make sure that Kaysville does not make those mistakes. Sometimes you have not followed my advice or counsel, and that's perfectly okay, because I am biased. I would definitely build a network a different way than you guys would. And I've been defending fiber optics with my neighbors for the last couple of weeks. I've been attending meetings and defending the technology. But I was asked a question the other day, and the question was, do I believe that this other gentleman should have to pay for my fiber optic service so I could have better internet? And my answer to that was no. I do not believe that my neighbor should have to subsidize my better service. But I also believe that fiber optics would be a beneficial infrastructure for Kaysville City. I also believe that you need a utility-style model to eliminate the take rate risk. Take rate risk kills these projects. So how do I get those three beliefs to coincide? I sent an email to the TAC on Saturday begging them to put freedom back in the model. It is very easy for us to have a model that works with a 40 or 50% take rate that allows our neighbors to choose whether or not they are in or out.
If the project does not have enough votes, enough people opt in, then it fails. And I'm perfectly okay with it failing because freedom is the most important thing.
Thank you. All right, Eric Isom.
My name is Eric Isom. I've lived in Kaysville since 2006, and I have appreciated the opportunity to share comment previously, shared with the council that I had served in the communications industry for about a period of 12 years. And my experience with municipal entry was typically that costs were underestimated and take rates or subscriber rates were overestimated. So I'm thrilled to hear that you're looking at allowing residents an opportunity to, you express it as opt-out. Hopefully it would be opt-in. I'm not sure the process by which you would do that, but I would love to see that opportunity given to our residents. And just wanted to express gratitude to Mayor Witt and Michelle Barber. Recently I had spent about an hour. You listened to my concerns and answered the questions that I had. And I'm grateful for that time, and I'm grateful for the city's interest in this issue. Having come from a communications background, for years I spoke with my neighbors about faster internet speeds, and anyone who has had kids recognizes that the need for internet access for those who are in school, whether it's homeschool or they're attending public schools. But I did have concerns about the model that the city was proposing and moving forward before tonight. I had expressed previously in a council meeting my desire to have a vote. I know that's not being considered at this point, but I would greatly encourage residents having the ability to opt in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nephi Harvey. Ben Lever. You pass. Paul Waldrop. Zane Larson.
I just want to, if you really are going to let citizens, residents have a choice whether or not to, I want to thank you for that. That's actually, I've actually never been in favor of the ballot for the last 3 months. I've always said, just let people vote with their dollars. If I want it, I don't want it. I likely would use fiber, but I have to see what it really would cost before I would approve it, and so I say no. And I agree with the last gentleman who spoke that I would hope it was an opt-in instead of opt-out, because I had to opt out of garbage cans. I'm single, I live alone. I had to opt out of 2 separate garbage cans that I don't need, and which I would rather that been more opt-in instead of me having to go opt-out. But that's all I've been an advocate for, because, great, let's build it. The gentleman back there who doesn't know how to call Comcast and ask for lower prices, I do that last 5 years. He'll be happy and use it. He'll get the opportunity, and if I want to, I get the opportunity to say no. And that's all the animosity that all people have been wanting. I wish you would have said that in the beginning. Thank you.
Jana Whitaker.
Thank you so much for at least giving us that one iota of inkling that you do want to hear from us. So now I am urging all of you, please opt out. Tell everyone you can to opt out. Now, not because I don't want fiber, but because they clearly have no clue yet. We even heard Joel over here say, I don't know. He didn't even have an answer for some of these things. Really? How about we take some time? Slow down. Opt out, please. It doesn't mean we don't get fiber. It means we slow down. It means we figure out what we're doing, where everyone's informed. We don't just get something a couple days ago, a week ago, whatever it was, with blank spaces. Now we apparently have numbers. Please, I urge you, opt out. Let's revamp this. Let's revise this. Mr. Slick Suit Joel here, he said, sorry Joel, that wasn't nice, but you have a nice suit on. Okay, so he said, you know what, if we don't go forward right now, it's going to cost us a little bit of extra money. You know, when I'm getting pressured by a salesman that really wants to sell something, But they always tell me, if you don't act now, you'll be sorry. If you don't act now, you're going to lose out. Hey, okay, let's lose out. Let's pay a little more. Over the run of things, it sounds like we're going to pay through the teeth anyway, right? Or through the nose, whatever the saying is. In fact, the way we're paying, it might come out of every orifice. So please, opt out. I'm not saying we won't do fiber. I'm saying we use our noggins. We use the wisdom that the Lord did give us. Table it. What if it got tabled for a whole year? We'd still have to use the internet we've been using. Oh no, I think we'd be okay. Please, please do this for the good of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Stevenson. Yes, come on up, and then Jordan.
I find it interesting that we have this provision that is essentially like voting. And, you know, yeah, I kind of like that because I've kind of been an advocate, let's all vote. My only concern about that is my only concern about all that is we've just created a whole bunch of documents and plans to moving forward that essentially could just go to waste. And as I've said, I'm not actually some of what I'm thinking, you know, if somebody asked me, gee, and I don't remember the survey, but if you asked me, would you like better internet service? My answer, I know 84% said yes. Nobody asked me if I want better cabbage, and I'd really like better cabbage too. I only got like 4 this year. But my concern is that this feels reasonable under the circumstances, but is it really reasonable in the process? And I've really been harping on process. I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we have our whole community bought in, not just 5 council people that we voted in, and I'm not against y'all. I'm actually for the people, and you're part of those people. And so my only comment in all of this is I'm sitting here trying to get, okay, yeah, that kind of feels better, but is it really better? Is it not better to, I'm still going like, I'd really like to see this thing, and I heard it was going to go for a vote, and then I heard, wait a minute, it's going to be made tonight. I'm like, okay, we just got the documents, we're voting, we did this, and it's like, whoa. I'm still going, whoa. What, I mean, how do we have, I didn't really read this fella, Nicholas over here, city attorney. Has he looked at all these documents, got a warm and fuzzy? Nobody told me that. And I'm like, okay, it feels a little better. And so I think a lot of this whole issue is more about not that you all don't have a clue, but you haven't really communicated that clue and got my buy-in, and I want you to have my buy-in a lot more than, you know, or I want to feel like I've got to stand up and go, no. But the reality is that I really think there's been a failure on the city council's part, and I'm not trying to pick on you or attack you, but you really haven't got the community where it needs to be behind this proposal. And that's all I'm asking for is let's get everybody on board. This is a big, big thing. It really is. And there's been a lot of failures in it, and it scares me because I don't know enough to feel comfortable, and I'm done. Thank you for your time.
Jordan. Jordan is part of our technical advisory committee. And Cheryl Tarbett moved.
Am I right? All right, I'll be quick. I just wanted to, as a member of the Technical Advisory Committee, talk specifically about the proposal that Michelle summarized and say that we have as a group
discussed it. Early on when we started this back September of last year, we looked at all kinds of various models, including subscription-based models. And the biggest risk we saw, as Chad summarized, was take rate risk. We know that this particular technology and broadband is an essential component of our lives, and wanted to bring it to as many people as possible, but not have that take rate risk that has sunk projects in the past. I think going forward, we've found a good route to include an opt-out period, no questions asked, no fees attached, to be able to not participate in the project for those citizens who are concerned. And introducing choice back into the model, we've looked at the financials at a high level, and those will continue to be vetted prior to the future discussion on this particular topic. But as Michelle said, we believe that the price for those who choose to remain on will remain competitive as a fiber service to the home, while allowing those who would rather not participate to completely step out of bearing any of those costs. So I just wanted to applaud all the citizens who have been involved and who have helped us come to this conclusion, and also the council for being forward-thinking on that as well. And that's it. Thank you.
I'm sure he didn't mean conclusion. David Saunders, please.
So this changes a few comments that I was going to make. Do we have some kind of time schedule as to when this is going to be implemented? Is that something you can answer right now? Okay. Because I would like to know that. And if, once again, I would still like to encourage you, though, to, if you're going to try to rush it, that's going to still be a poor decision, and I would rather see you table it for a short time, so that way we can flesh out these details and make sure that all the information gets out to the citizens in a timely and useful manner, where the correct options are available to us, so that way we can make a truly informed decision at the correct time. So again, I would still encourage to delay a vote on it.
And David Bowman.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge on behalf of the Coalition for, I can't even remember the name anymore, it's been a while. You used the word pause and you suggested you're going to do a pause, and I really appreciate that. And we acknowledge that we've been asking for that, and you said you're going to do that. That's great. I hope that you stick to that plan, unlike when you said you were going to do it the last time. Now, with that said, that's everything I have to say on behalf of the Coalition, and now I'm going to say something that may or may not make me part of the Coalition any further. I received a message at 7:30 this morning that said, I want to talk to you about an idea about how we can maybe make this opt-in process work. And instead of being open and transparent and upfront with every citizen in the city, we just spent 4 hours debating, establishing procedure, signing agreements, and committing the city when you all knew very well you were going to do something else. That is wrong. And you should be ashamed of that behavior. I appreciate the fact that you finally listened, but the fact that you knew before you sat down at that table that that's what you were going to say, and then you let the entire city go through all of that, is not truth and representation. It is not being honest and fair to what each one of you has said that you would do. And I'm disgusted, and I'm embarrassed for our city, and I hope you reconsider that maybe the idea of, if it really does make sense to now solicit people's opinion, maybe you should go all the way. Maybe it's not a no, I don't want in. How about you go back to the original concept? Some people want faster internet. The city wants to facilitate it. Go do your survey. Go get opt-ins, and if you have enough people who opt in and you can help facilitate it, fantastic. But it is not giving the citizens a chance to vote or truly say if they wanted to require them to come and opt out.
Noted. All right. All right, so I would entertain a motion to table this item.
I'll make a motion that we table the fiber utility fee at this time.
I'll second.
Comments?
We have a bond hearing that is scheduled in October. They do anyway, I don't. So are we pushing the bond? Seth Ferber, that's enough. That's really enough. So we have a bond hearing scheduled. Are we going to push that back or not? What do you mean as far as I know? I mean, it's in with like 3 weeks. That's not enough time to go out and figure out the take rate on this.
It's under discussion because if we're going to do this, we want to get the information before we go to bond. Absolutely, right? You know, I think that. Go ahead. It will add it to the list. But do you know what? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to a vote. Let's finish this bit up. Okay. Let's make a comment. Councilmember Garn, and then.
I'll try and make this brief because it's very late, and I appreciate you all being here. I guess the one thing I wanted to say is I really appreciate citizen input, and I won't go into detail, but even on the Planning Commission, serving with Stroh and others, many times citizens will say something. I'm always listening. I may not always agree, but sometimes citizens come up with some excellent suggestions that I hadn't thought of before that are very powerful. And I think when this process started, I was opposed to it going to a vote, and I'm consistent on that as far as a vote, and let me just explain the reason why briefly. If it goes to a vote, especially a special election, you still have the prospect of, say, 15 or 20% of the people, whoever shows up to actually vote, imposing the same utility on 100% of the people. So maybe that 80% of the people that didn't, want it or whatever, we'll never know because only a certain people were paying attention and voting. The nice thing about having an opt-out, or by not opting out, opting in, is that it's 100% sample. So every family, every residence, every person decides whether or not they want to do it, and it doesn't get imposed on anyone else. So I really like that. The only reason, by the way, to ever go with the utility model in the first place was because of the risk of some of the other cities that went with the subscriber model. As Chad Smith pointed out, it got into trouble. So it was to reduce the financial risk and make it a viable project. And I couldn't figure out without Chad's comment to me, he reached out to me, myself, well, how do you have the best of both worlds? How do you have freedom to choose and at the same time reduce the risk so the product works? So I think, sorry, not the product, but the infrastructure the model works. And by, finding out first how many people, it's a go or no go. So if you have enough people who opt in and want that service at a certain rate, call it a freedom premium, that those who want it will pay a little more in the rate. And that's okay, because it preserves the freedom. At the same time, those who don't want it are not forced to do it, and if it reaches a certain threshold, now it's financially viable, because all of the things that reduce the risk to the utility model in the first place are there. You know exactly how much revenue you have because you know how many people are signing up, and that matches against exactly how much the bond will be. So you know your obligation, you know your revenue at the same time. And so you preserve reducing the risk and also the freedom to choose.
Thanks. Speaking to process, both tonight here and throughout this process, there's no one that's going to own mistakes more than me. I'll admit this has not been perfect. We've had a lot of imperfections along the way, and we've brought you along on the process. You've seen every bit of it. And so thank you for being there. Thank you for letting us work on the best way possible together. Every person here should feel ownership in finding a better model for Kaysville. Every single person. As far as tonight, we thought about the best way to go about this, and we wanted to follow our standard meeting procedures. And I think you all deserved a right to say what you came to say. And I hope you feel heard. I really do. I hope you know that this project started with an intent to be a good thing for Kaysville, and it will end that way, regardless of what happens. Thank you for coming.
We've had a motion. It's been seconded, and I don't generally comment, but I do want to say that had we made that decision tonight, what we were trying to do is give everybody the opportunity to speak and have your voices heard. We stuck with our process. And I'm not going to apologize for letting you speak. I will not apologize for that because you deserve it. You have the right to petition your local elected officials, and that's what we're here for. And you know, if you had come in and changed our minds just on your right in this meeting, but you've been changing our minds and helping us think of a different way to do this whole time, because we've been listening to you this whole time. And I know that a lot of times it feels like unless you do exactly what I say, you're not listening to me. But the problem is we're not just listening to you, we're listening to all your neighbors, we're listening to our staff, we're listening to specialists, we're listening to lawyers. We've got to listen to all of it. So I will not apologize for letting you speak. I will not apologize for this process, which has been so labor intensive and such a labor of love from your community members and from you. You know, it's been a labor of love for Kaysville. So it's been not fun. I will. Thank you very much, Councilman Adams. Yes, but you know what? Councilman Adams has served a very valuable. I was going to give him a kudos, but okay. I won't give it. I retract it. But I do have great respect for Kaysville residents. Thank you. And let's vote. Okay, let's hear it.
Councilmember Barber, you talked about the bids. Where are they? You said there are bids. You've looked at all the numbers, all the costs. You know them down to the penny. Where are those bids? I grandma requested those. Where are they? Why aren't they being shown?
I believe you're speaking to the RFP responses. Am I right?
Okay, let's broaden it beyond my. How do you know my request anyway? Did you study it?
I think you put it on Facebook.
I sure did.
Yeah.
Because the residents have a right to know too that it's silly that a council member should have to grandma request things. But getting back to topic, where are the bids? Can you share them with us? Can you disseminate those tomorrow morning?
The only information I believe you have not seen or has not been posted on our website is the information with proprietary information on it. Which
Can you redact the proprietary parts? Is it protected by state law in the code?
That is not a question for me.
All right. Okay, so this is comment time. Final comment. Go for it.
Can you redact that out of the bid? Is it protected by state law?
It was decision by our city attorney.
The question is, can sensitive information be redacted?
We have a process by which people submit grandma requests, and it goes to our grandma records
We're not
official.
talking about those anymore. We're talking
And-
about the bids that she's talking about, that she says that can't be disseminated. Can we take and redact
We
out
have a
any
process by which people submit a grandma request, and that is evaluated by our grandma records official. The council members shouldn't make that determination. I shouldn't make that determination. Sometimes Nick does need to be involved from a legal perspective, but each grandma request is different. And so when you submit a grandma request, or anyone submits a grandma request, it goes through that same exact process. So if you
All right.
And, well, the time's still mine, and so Shane, to that though, in my responses for the grammar requests, it said that you are essentially in charge of them. You're deferring it over to Nick. It says that you're the one to come and speak to.
I'm actually the appeal of the grandma. So if it goes to the grandma records official and it's denied or anything like that, you can appeal that to me.
Thanks, Shane. It's late. I'll rest. Other than, Mayor, I mean, I hate to call you out, but apologizing to let people speak. I've never heard a bigger oxymoron.
I will not
Excuse me, I have the
apologize.
floor. I've never heard a bigger oxymoron from a mayor who tells people to shut up.
All right, we're done. All right, let's vote, and we're going with, it's the vote to table this item. All right, let's go to Councilmember Adams. Motion is unanimous. All right. Now we're going to work items. Sir. Yes?
I'll make a motion that we table work items A and B until next meeting.
I'll second it, but I wonder if the motion maker would consider moving
All right, redacted motion, new motion. I move that we table item B as in Bravo, leaving A.
She was calling for the vote. To table, yeah. And it's you?
It's me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aye.
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 No, the one, just so it's clear, the one that will be tabled is the discussion on refinancing the police station bond. We'll just speak on that next council meeting. We are still going to talk about fiber revenue as it's pertinent to the rest of this very long meeting.
All right. Okay. And Councilmember? Yeah. All right. The motion passes unanimously. So we're just going to go with A.
So as a TAC committee, one of the topics we discussed at length was what happens to these fiber revenues and what that looks like. And we discussed this resolution that's in your packet. It's a first attempt at establishing parameters that this council could agree on in how those fiber revenues would be dealt with. I think there's some good things in there. There's a couple of key points that we came up with. Probably a lot to add or remove if you'd like to. Again, it's a work item, so if there's other things you'd like to see in there or some changes, we're open to discussing those. I just kind of want to say on the record that this council cannot preclude a future council from completely wiping out any resolution you do tonight. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. But I think it's good to establish your, on the record, your feelings about the fiber utility and what could happen with those important funds.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go to it's general discussion, but we're still going to keep our comments short. All right. Anybody want to speak to this first? Councilmember Barber.
This has been really important to those of us who've been working on this project for a very long time, because this is our way of saying this is the intent of this project. The intent of this project is to be a benefit to the residents, keeping as much money to residents as possible within there. And yes, we are going to put every ability for us to enforce that. We have no guarantee who will be sitting on this table in the future, but I would, as a council member, would love to know when I look at a fund how it was intended, how it was established from the very beginning. So we still have a safe reserve fund, which is really important. A lot of the questions that come up are what about if this happens? What about some unforeseen circumstance? We have that built in so that this project can take care of itself. And then a reduction of the fee until the bond, when possible, after reserve is met and the bond is paid off. And that's a way of us being really grateful to those residents who are willing to take part in this project. And obviously this is a work item, we'll keep refining this, but hopefully everyone can see we're doing everything we can to keep this project as close to the intent that it started with as possible.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, all right. Shane, anything? No. All right, do we want to move this to action item?
I'll make a motion that we move the revenue parameters to an action item.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Barber, seconded by Councilman DeCare. Let's go with Councilman DeCare.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Okay. All right, and now we'll go to public comment. Zane Larson. Pass. Jason Sanders.
Well, I'll thank you again. How's that, right? So,
that wasn't you.
thank you for taking that step. We appreciate it. We look forward to seeing what you come up with next with the TAC committee. Thanks to the TAC committee as well for what they've done to kind of get to this point. As I mentioned in my earlier comments, we think it's very reasonable. We think it makes the city look good that we're taking reasonable, measured steps. So thank you.
Thank you. Ben Lever. Pass. Scott Godfrey.
My mind is full. I have a few questions, and that is, if I choose to opt out now, will I have the option to opt in later? Or when I die and the bond is still active, who will take over, my home and say, I want fiber now? Will they have an opportunity to opt in? I think one of the questions I had too was, or one of the observations is, all my neighbors, when they got the little flyer in their bill, thought that it was a $9.70 one-time fee. They didn't realize it was a $9.70 monthly fee. So that was my other observation, is that flyer was somewhat deceptive, that it didn't say per month. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. I'm glad we're doing the opt-in, because if we opt in, that will really show who really wants it, rather than opting out, which really 90% of the people or 80% of the people will not even decide that. They will just say, well, I didn't know that was happening. So when we opt in, then we're really voting. When we opt out, it's like an abstention vote. Thank you.
And it is opt-out, not opt-in. Adele Gibbons.
Okay, I'm a little bit nervous, so hopefully you can hear me. So can you guarantee the cost? Like you said, it's going to be $12, or can you guarantee that? Anybody?
We don't answer questions in this time, so, but we'll talk to you after. That's
Okay,
why.
okay.
That's why.
Okay. So on the opt-out, opt-in, why did you not vote on this opt-in, opt-out before? Why now? Or is this not question time again?
It's not question time.
Okay. Well, I guess I asked the wrong questions. Well, I just want to say I am a veteran, and this whole thing has really been pathetic and sad to me, because I didn't join the military to be told where my money's going to go and what I'm going to do. So, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. So this whole thing, I think the residents should have been on board with this from the get-go, as everybody said. And I'm really disappointed that I put my life on the line for this. So next time you guys think about doing stuff like this, ask. Ask the people. Ask the people what we want. Don't tell us. Don't tell me what I'm going to do with my money. Ask. We appreciate that. And I want to thank you for standing up.
All right. All right. I would entertain a motion to adjourn at this time. All in favor?